Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get Good afternoon. I hope everybody was able to enjoy their lunch and get outside a little bit. We're going to have our first panel, so the panel is going to work with each panelist will have 15 minutes for their talk, and then we'll save all questions to the end of all three talks. But it's my pleasure to introduce our first paper is Up in Arms. It's a collision of intellectual property and collaborative practices by Rachel Mann at the University of South Carolina. Followed by Overlapping Hierarchies, Academic Libraries, and Digital Humanities by Andrew Rouner at Washington University in St. Louis. And finally, The More the Merrier, Tapping into the Power of Librarians to Collaborate on Undergraduate Digital Humanities Assignments by Stewart, Varner at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
The definition of digital humanities is up for debate. And while practitioners within the field have yet to reach a consensus on what precisely it means to do the work of a digital humanist, most recognize the importance of collaboration. As such, digital humanities work not only provides an opportunity for interdisciplinary study, but demands it. As Lisa Spiro writes, collaboration is generally vital to accomplishing digital projects because of their scope and complexity. However, in the context of traditional humanities departments, such collaboration brushes up against the sticky wicket of intellectual property as it is traditionally conceived, in a way that needs to be assessed and, I contend, reassessed. It is into this conversation that this paper fits. I am writing not only as a non-tenure track scholar, but as a scholar in training, and thus from the perilous position of graduate student. Without getting into the gritty details, which will only obscure the larger, more important points I wish to make, I was recently told post facto that I was allowed to write and publish only on the technical aspects of a project that I have been involved in for more than a year, and only with the PI's permission. Further, I was not allowed to use the project's dataset for my own unrelated research purposes due to IP rights. As a result of this experience, I have a vested interest in the notion of what it means to collaborate within the field of digital humanities, and in ensuring that the voice of the graduate student is not overlooked. It is a voice that needs to be part of the conversation, given the tendency to take on graduate students, generally at very low wages, to do DH work. While I'm happy to report that many within my institution were shocked that something of this sort could happen, many others, both in and out of my institution, were not, which highlights the need for further discussion on the meaning of collaboration and intellectual property in the context of DH, as well as on the ethical responsibility one takes on when employing graduate students. While collaboration is upheld as a standard within our field, it is a practice that comes with its own pitfalls. As Bethany Novisky writes, we have to start taking seriously the systems of production and of reception in which digital scholarly objects and networks are continuously made and remade. Doing otherwise shortchanges and worse, effaces the work of other people, including many non-tenure track scholars. I argue that avoiding such pitfalls demands that we redefine intellectual property in a way that is new to the humanities. Calling intellectual property the fourth disincentive to share data and sources, Christine Boardman points to the sciences, a discipline in which ownership, or at the very least control, is usually clarified through negotiation and governed by contract, as a positive model. Not always so in the heady days of the digital humanities, at least not at the level of individual project members as opposed to representative institutions. While I'm hesitant to why, collaboration and all that it connotes shields a project in the veneer of teamwork and accompanying good feeling, suggesting that protocols regarding data sharing and ownership are superfluous. Calling for a statement of values, Spiro wants collaboration to be understood as acknowledging contributions by all involved, whether they are tenured faculty, graduate students, technologies, or librarians. Certainly no one would disagree that when we as a field say collaboration, this is what we mean. Yet, as the 2011 Collaborators Bill of Rights and ensuing Student Collaborators Bill of Rights put out by UCLA suggest, value is very different than practice. While the very presence of such documents points to progress in the right direction, it also points to the fact that collaboration, as we value it, is not always so easily enacted. Among the numerous reasons as to why is the simple fact that if collaborative projects are truly collaborative, it is impossible to discern where one's idea ends and another idea begins, and thus impossible to parse and or acknowledge who owns what. Writing of his own experience in accidental plagiarism, Elijah Meeks avers that overwhelming ease and amount of collaboration will make it harder and harder to parse just where and how an idea came into experience and who and what described it. Novisky, too, aptly writes, digital scholarship is rarely, if ever, singular or done, and that complicates immensely our notions of responsibility and authorship and readiness for assessment. Thus, to acknowledge an individual's contribution on a project, as Spiro suggests, is in many ways impractical. Further, the form that this acknowledgement should take, as articulated in the Collaborators' Bill of Rights, is antithetical to collaboration, tied, as it is, to intellectual property and the outmoded belief in the solitary scholar. According to the Bill of Rights, credit should take the form of a legible trail that articulates the nature, extent, and dates of the contribution. The implication is that an individual's contribution starts and stops when he or she does. Further, it suggests that the individual's labor, whether it be as web developer, PI, graphic designer, data entrant, and so forth, does not in some ways influence the final form a project takes. As Stephen Johnson argues, and as we can all undoubtedly attest to via our own experiences, whether it be through peer reviewers, seminar participants, conference respondents, a majority of breakthrough ideas emerge in collaborative environments. Intellectual property obscures this phenomenon, despite its very real effects, fostering not collaboration, but to turn to Harold Bloom, an anxiety of influence. At the same time, the Bill of Rights asserts that intellectual property policies should be applied equally to all employees, regardless of employment status. I agree, if only for the reasons stated above. An individual's contributions are more far-reaching than a detailed page of acknowledgments could ever begin to suggest. Doling out intellectual property rights in any other way is not only irresponsible and inaccurate, it is, in many situations, also unethical, particularly in the case of employing students in the humanities. Taking on a graduate student in humanities can be a rewarding and mutually beneficial experience for both faculty and student. But only when collaboration is recognized as collaboration, and traditional views of intellectual property are either thrown out the window or rendered moot by extending it to all persons involved in the project. Pulling the teeth out of intellectual property is important because, as Gabrielle Griffin has argued, the demands of collaborative research are set against an audit culture, often to deleterious effects. Despite institutional calls for more collaborative research within and across the disciplines, the audit culture pervades, and as a result, as Griffin says, what collaboration involves, how it should operate, and how individuals are implicated in the collective are not well understood, frequently not discussed, and do not necessarily elicit forms of behavior that are conducive to the success of such collaborative efforts. In other words, because collaboration seems self-evident, it is taken for granted rather than interrogated. This blithe attitude toward collaboration potentially puts the graduate student in the position of an employee paid to do, but not to think. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, this type of relationship harms the potential of a project's growth. From an ethical standpoint, this type of relationship effaces the considerable contributions, direct and indirect, that the graduate student or students will have made on the project, a fact that even a rigorous system of acknowledgement cannot overcome. If we're going to laud the collaborative aspects of digital humanities, we need to take a serious look at how we are defining intellectual property and perhaps redefine it. Otherwise, we're simply bandying about the word. Collaboration needs to be divorced from the seemingly intractable notion of intellectual property that guides our publishing practices. In short of that, admittedly idealist proposition, we need to loosen our grip on collaboration, if just for a second, so that we can really understand what collaboration means and the implications of collaboration for all parties involved. Rather than simply touting the positive aspects of collaboration, interdisciplinary research, increased brain power, and so forth, we need to scrutinize their consequences. one of which is the extreme difficulty in proper citation. Hence, Julia Flanders and Adam Krimble's call for rethinking current citation practices. In addition, and to echo UCLA's Student Bill of Rights, what a person can or cannot do with the project needs to be made clear from the outset and in a formalized way. Collaboration is indeed a laudable aspect of DH, but it can no longer be an aspect that blinds us to the very real truth of intellectual property disputes. Protocols need to be put into place, whether or not they follow the form taken in the sciences. Although talking about collaboration in regard to formulating TEI standards, Flanders notes that collaboration involves voluntarily submitting to norms of behavior and constraints on our own freedom of action. More importantly, Flanders writes that even before we collaborators can adopt these norms, we, in a larger sense, also have to develop them. Spiro's statement of values is one attempt to do so. However, in order to adopt the norms dictating collaboration, we first need to define them, and we need to do so in a way that takes into consideration more than just ideals. As Flanders points out, collaboration takes place within the frames of expectation that include but extend beyond the collaborators themselves. Thus, collaboration cannot be defined solely by the collaborators. The norms and limits of collaboration are already partly defined by institutional pressures and intellectual property. As such, protocols developed regarding collaboration must take these outside spheres of influence into account, and this is why a list of values is a good place to start, not a good place to end. I realize that in giving this presentation, I am undoubtedly preaching to the choir, but I also realize that it is time we stop singing the praises of collaboration and instead begin to, as Griffin says, interrogate how collaboration works, what collaboration involves, how it should operate, and how individuals are implicated in the collective.
A little thrown by the interface here. One of the favorite pastimes of digital humanities, as you all know, is asking what DH is. I'm not going to try to answer that question here, but I am going to speculate as to why it's a question that's so hard to answer. And I'm doing that because I think that reason also relates to an important aspect of the development of academic librarianship. What I mean by that is partly historical development. And from these connections, a picture emerges in which academic libraries and DH are very close in the work they do, but divided not only by their roles in the university, but especially in their respective orientations to that work. And I will do this all in 10 minutes. I apparently missed that. So if it seems a little mashed together, just a few years ago, the opening section in debates in the digital humanities was defining the digital humanities. It was arguably already cliche at that point that DH resists such definition. That, of course, doesn't stop people from trying to define it. So you see lots of articles that try to do just that, usually following some version of this template. I guess I need to explain the reference. I'm really dating myself. So this is a commercial from the 1980s. There are two people walking down the street, one eating a chocolate bar, the other eating peanut butter out of a jar, like you see. And they bump into each other since they were listening to music on their Sony Walkmans, and they were distracted. And they start blaming each other. You got chocolate in my peanut butter. No, you got peanut butter on my chocolate, and so on. And this is basically how DH is explained. Computer humanities equals digital humanities. So for instance, in an article by Hitoshi Kamada, an academic librarian about DH, he defines it as the application of information technologies to analyzing humanities. And in an article from the New Republic this year, it was introduced as the application of computer technology to traditional scholarly functions. These definitions are obviously true in some sense. But while they may be true, they do little to explain the now very diverse range of pursuits gathered under the big DH tent. In fairness to the author of the latter article, that definition is immediately qualified from this quote by Steve Ramsey. He says, nowadays the term can mean anything from media studies to electronic art, from data mining to edu-check, from scholarly editing to anarchic blogging, while inviting code junkies, digital artists, standards wonks, transhumanists, you can take the rest. I just wish the librarians had something more creative in that list. I personally would like to have been an edu-wonk, or maybe combining these things. And there are similar lists from the DH Digital Humanities Manifesto mentioned earlier. If the scope of DH activities can't be adequately explained by just asserting that these are two great taste great together, is there anything common to all digital humanities pursuits? I think the mistake with definitions like this is that they give equal weight to the terms digital and humanities, assuming they are on corresponding levels. I believe the term digital in this formulation is misleading. It's clear the use of computing is one way in which DH distinguishes itself from traditional humanities, but another, perhaps just as worthy of deeper exploration, is that digital humanities are, or at least were, so nice. Tom Scheinfeld made this observation in a 2010 post on his Found History blog. He says, one of the things people often notice when they enter the field of digital humanities is how nice everybody is. We welcome new practitioners easily, and we don't seem to get in lots of fights. We're the golden retrievers of the academy. And this was in 2008. There have been a few dust-ups since then. But he's certainly not the only one to have noticed the niceness deficiency in other disciplines by comparison. But an important point lies behind Scheinfeld's observation. He argues that DH can afford to be nice, or nicer than other disciplines, because it is more focused on method than theory. And the idea there is that, in the practical orientation, something works or it doesn't, and you don't have these protracted fights. And the interesting thing is not that Scheinfeld unlocked the key to DH niceness, but that he brought attention to the orientation of DH to method as opposed to theory, a fact that seems to be hiding in plain sight. I believe it is this orientation that distinguishes the digital humanities from the humanities as they've been practiced for most of the 20th century. Scheinfeld maintains that 19th century scholars were engaged in theory, but were engaged at least as much in activities organizing knowledge, such as philology, lexicology, and bibliography, activities denigrated in the later 20th century as unworthy of serious attention by scholars. This kind of knowledge organizing activity, in the view of some, is no longer scholarship, but something preliminary to it, i.e. in the service of scholarship. Whereas I once heard scholarly editing described the handmaiden of scholarship. I expect that the librarians in this room perked up at the mention of service, since librarianship has long understood itself as a service profession. And I hope some librarians are surprised to hear of faculty members' work in digital humanities being challenged as to whether or not it constitutes scholarship at all, which was referenced in some of the earlier discussions. And I hope you can all see a parallel emerging between the designation of library work as a service profession and the relegation of knowledge organization activities pursued by some faculty members to the realm of the less than scholarly, which I mainly drew from Steve Ramsey's observations on the dedication of the DH Center in the library. And he said, nowadays it's taken quite for granted that librarians and scholars occupy completely separate spheres in the modern university. It's not that librarianship has no element of scholarship to it, but the idea persists. Scholars create scholarship, librarians assist them, and in the end, the library is considered a service unit. And for Ramsey, at least, that's a problem. I want to suggest that the diminishment of knowledge organization activities and scholarship was not coincidental to the professionalization of academic librarianship in the late 19th and 20th centuries. While professionalization certainly represented an advance in the calling in some respects, professional librarianship becomes synonymous with a service orientation, which, as Ramsey suggests, seems to naturally identify scholarship as the activity it supports rather than the activity it performs. I think there are significant implications from this in a number of directions. First is the more limited project of academic libraries attempting to articulate service models for supporting DH, and that's been discussed in a number of contexts. The similarities between the work of the librarian and digital humanist are often noted, and those similarities counted as evidence for why they should make common cause. But developing support models has proven more problematic. I would argue that, like the people of America and Great Britain being separated by a common language, this account demonstrates basic opposition between DH and librarian in their respective orientations toward the similar work they share. If DH practitioners regard the work as scholarship, while librarians regard their own work as just preliminary to it, it is no wonder communication and collaboration has proven problematic. And I have to acknowledge that this is a dramatically oversimplified picture, and that in a longer frame format, it would be complicated by, for instance, different disciplines having different relationships with DH and so on. That said, I believe the shift away from theory and toward method in DH is ultimately a critique of the academy that has literally been out of touch, and that the orientation of DH on method in some respects may constitute a reform movement in higher education, even though its practitioners may not yet fully appreciate that.
I really wish we had collaborated a lot more before. There's some interesting ways all three of these talks connect. And I was trying to figure out how I was going to weave this all together. I'm not even going to bother. I think what I'm going to do is talk about, just do a brief overview of what I wanted to talk about and leave it up to the panel and everyone else to decide what threads we want to pull on in the conversation. So thanks for coming out to the thing. Let's see how I advance. Here is a link to my notes from today and the slide I'm going to be talking about, and also a link to the slides, which gets a little recursive, I guess. But if the notes that I'll be talking about are an open public doc, so if you want to add your own notes to it or add comments or whatever, this would be a place to do that. I'll leave this up for a second more. So I want to talk about a program we ran at the University of North Carolina in the library called Multimodal Librarians. It was a series of workshops designed to teach librarians how to use some common lightweight tools that can easily be incorporated into undergraduate course assignments. So specifically, after an initial session where we went over the basics of project planning, we talked about building maps, building timelines, doing text analysis, creating data visualizations with Tableau, and also building multimedia websites with a Mecca and WordPress. And let's see. In addition to the workshops, the librarians were asked to experiment with the tools throughout the following week, and we reconvened with the undergraduate experience librarian named Jonathan McMichael. And he helped us think about how these tools could be incorporated into course plans, so how they would actually line up with learning objectives that faculty might have. Yeah. So why did we do that? Like, why did we take out some time during the summer and go over these things? So despite numerous interventions, there remains this very real sense that digital humanities is kind of a secret club. And it continues to attract attention and praise, but it reproduces, or at least fails to strenuously challenge many of the structures, habits, and hierarchies that humanists have spent years trying to identify and dismantle. The hacker ethos is potentially really empowering, but the freedom to experiment and the freedom to fail is a privilege that's not universally shared. So as libraries continue their long tradition of partnering with scholars on digital projects, how can we not only avoid perpetuating those kinds of problems and that sense of exclusivity, but actually encourage critical engagement with digital scholarship from multiple perspectives, especially those representatives that haven't been represented very well. I'm obviously thinking about people of color and people who do not identify as cis men, but in this case, I'm also thinking about undergraduates. And we need to do a better job with graduate students as well, but we also need to pay attention to undergraduates because they're getting more involved in these things and are eager to be involved in some cases. So multimodal librarians is one attempt to engage with this question, ham-fisted, right? But just simply getting more people doing it. We're getting more librarians involved, but by getting more librarians involved, we have fingers out into other departments, and so we're reaching more people. I kind of think of multimodal librarians as little seed bombs that we throw around campus, and full of techniques and know-how. So this kind of gets at one of the questions that I think you had this morning about training. It's expensive to go to DHSI in Victoria, Canada. It's expensive to go to wherever DH is going to be. Maybe the library can actually have a role there. We've spent a lot of time working with scholars and researchers over the years, helping them do their research projects. Back when those research projects were articles and monographs, but now their research projects might be a data visualization or an interactive map or a website. The library has an opportunity to get involved there as well. Let's see. Okay, so what worked? I was a little surprised by a couple of cases of what just seemed like instant karma. We talked about a tool, and the next day a librarian got a question that could be answered by that tool. That happened 2 or 3 times. That was awesome. But that's pretty limited. The general benefit we got was the library started having this conversation about what does the library do? How does it engage with its campus? And libraries talk a lot about this kind of shift from focus on collection, building a collection, to maybe a focus on engagement with researchers. And this may be one way to get at doing that. But what didn't work was also kind of interesting. Librarians are super busy. Don't let that stop you from asking them to help out. But we got a lot going on. This is just a screen grab of someone's calendar. So this was kind of a grassroots thing. One of the feedback points we got is, the librarians really needed their supervisors and library administration to take this seriously, to maybe clear some room on their plate to make these kinds of things happen. I really like this slide, and it's kind of a stretch, but it's a cat tailor shop. So what's next? The thing that's next is the library administration really thought this was a cool idea, and they want to figure out how we can tailor this to librarian schedules. So it won't work if it's just coming from me or if it's just coming from the subject liaisons. It really has to be embraced by the whole organization. I guess building, sort of going from that, not just the whole organization as in the library organization, but actually kind of the campus. I would like to see faculty or not just faculty, anyone who kind of operates in an instructor capacity, including graduate students. Thinking about the library holistically, think about the university holistically. I kind of think of the library as a community garden. I think sometimes people think of it as a supermarket. When you go to the supermarket, they don't have what you want, you get mad. When you go to the community garden and they don't have what you want, then you work with them to build it, you work with them to grow it. I think that's an interesting, and actually that's kind of stole that from Amy this morning, as you got me thinking about gardens and seed bombs. So I kind of want to leave it right there. That's the gist of what we were doing and what we're thinking about. I think there's some interesting connections to thinking about collaboration, what that means, and how to do it. So thank you.
We have time for questions.
I wonder, now I wonder, if each of you, could take a minute to reflect on how much of this is sort of like broad-based, institutionalized across the academy, and how much of this is about the various issues that you're pointing to being to this. How much of it is about certain localized conditions that are perhaps different at each institution? I'm sort of curious about that. It strikes me that there are probably quite a few people in this room for whom the library interactions are very different than discussed, and also, I hope, the grad student interactions are very different than discussed. But it strikes me that this might also be a way of pointing to systematic problems. So could you comment a little bit on that?
I think there are differences, particularly when you're looking at different institutions and different scales of institutions. So, small liberal arts colleges have a slightly different situation than large research universities. That being said, there's an interesting network of digital scholarship librarians, and a lot of us know each other. And we seem to all have the same problems.
way or another with students, colleagues, and everybody else most of my life. And for some reason, I was so stupid, I never worried about intellectual property. So I must be a millionaire by now, because I've given away a lot. I think we really have to take very seriously what you're saying. I'm not ready to throw away collaboration or intellectual property. But I think we have to also individually make certain kinds of ethical decisions about this. I enjoy collaborating with my colleague, Dr. Merrier. I enjoy collaborating with my former students on projects, and I told them I wanted to divorce them, and they said, no, you're stuck with us forever. And that means that I collaborated in writing my own PhD with my dissertation director and other professors, and I got the credit because my name is on the dissertation. Now, their names are there as authenticators, but not in terms of how much any of them put into what I wrote. So it's a systemic problem that you brought forth that is very, very central to not just digital humanities, but to the academic world and the non-academic world. Have we reached a stage in human history where people are so privatized in themselves that they can no longer freely, humanly, collaborate with anybody? If that's the case, I would say, let's kill collaboration. If that's the kind of people we have become, let's kill collaboration and let every woman and man go by him or herself. So we turn to a new barbarianism, intellectual barbarianism. But I think the point that you made very well in your presentation, and it was reflected on by the two librarians in a different way, is a major problem that is not going to go away, and we better take it very seriously. So thank you.
I really liked the way, Stewart, that you framed the hacker ethos as being something that's very empowering, but that is obviously a really privileged mode of work, the freedom to fail, and all these other things that are not available to everyone else. And I think for all of you, what you're talking about involves this kind of effect of ideologies that come over from technological world as well as the academic, and the hacker ethos, I think, is also something that tends to tell people, oh, don't worry about things like IP and let's just throw it together and build it and that'll all sort itself out. It's obviously not true. So I guess my question for all of you is how do you kind of negotiate in your work this channeling of these kinds of ideologies and attitudes towards working that are very empowering but have these very problematic angles? Where do you kind of have to shut things down or change the way people approach things, and where can you sort of work with them to adapt that?
So, 5 minutes before the talk, I actually had that sentence as the DIY ethos. The more I poked at that, like that's not what I was talking about. In fact, I tend to think of like DIY ethos as being antithetical to that kind of entrepreneurial hackerism. So I think that UNC is probably not the only place where we're hearing a lot about entrepreneurial undergraduates and things like that. Whenever I hear that, I wonder, does it change their valence if I call it DIY librarians or DIY students, and are we getting into something a little different? So I do like I think higher education is a good place to experiment with new ideas, and it should be a safe place to take chances and maybe it doesn't work out the way you meant it to, and you learn something that way. And I think we need to figure out how to protect that. But doing that under the guise of with the vocabulary of, startup culture or something like that. I think that puts a different kind of pressure and a different kind of expectation on what people are trying to do. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's how I try to sort out, what are people talking about when they say these things.
That's an extremely difficult question to answer. I think, at least in regard to how you go about sort of challenging or empowering yourself when you know you're up against certain ideologies, I think for me, it is just simply recognizing that they are there. So I've had so many great experiences at Mann Center. I was definitely one of those people who's like, yay, collaboration. But because of my experience, I now understand that collaboration is, it means different things to different people, and it's something that should be interrogated. So just understanding that before going into something has been helpful for me.
I would say, as far as the staff within my own department, I have not done as good a job in the past at trying to give credit. I mean, we're all staff, so it's work for hire as far as intellectual property goes. But gaining credit and being given that publicly is important in itself as well. So we are trying to do a better job with that. I was really interested to hear your presentation because we had we also run the institutional repository and had an incident this summer where an undergraduate student who was working in a lab published some unpublished data in the repository. Students are being encouraged to engage more in research, which is great. But the student just didn't understand, despite the little check off that we had, that this was not information that should be shared. But it definitely raises questions about what belongs to whom, and also what the interaction is. So we are trying to follow that up with the library giving some orientation to undergraduate students, not just on don't do this, but what publishing means in the broader context of today. Because it used to be very much kind of a binary thing: it's published or it's not. And it's really a spectrum now. So where do they fall on that spectrum when they're dealing with their own work? And to what extent is their work part of someone else's work? So we're trying to start to address some of those things.
I think we're out of time, so thank all of our presenters.
Not gonna eat it all the way up the stage. I'm gonna try really hard.
She's an assistant professor at Arizona State University. She's active in the FemTech Net Collective, and she's the author of a recent much quoted blog post called No More Excuses about gender equity in digital humanities. And I understand she's also prepared a special presentation for us today.
We did. Thank you. Thank you. And I will be playing sound, just as a reminder. Awesome. Thank you all for your patience. That's great. Okay, I want to, as I start, acknowledge that I'm like preternaturally, unusually for me nervous about this presentation. In part, I want to acknowledge this because I deal a lot with affect, and I'm sort of interested in affect and technology and performance, and like what performance does around affect and how we know. And part of the reason that I'm sort of unusually anxious is that we're going to have this kind of haptic performance thing go on here, and this is super experimental, so I hope it goes okay. But I also, I feel a little bit of a burden, and I just want to acknowledge that the stuff that I'm about to talk about is hard, right? It carries a lot of weight. And part of what I'm going to talk about in terms of sonifying, that is turning data into sound, and haptifying, turning it into tactile experience, especially when you're talking about the forced or coerced sterilization of people, is heavy, right? And part of why we're interested in this, my collaborators and I, is its affective power, but I also want to acknowledge that it has a lot of power. So if anybody feels like they don't want to come up and touch the things when they start vibrating, I will totally understand. If you feel like you want to like not listen and step out of the room, I totally understand. I just want to make space for acknowledging that. I'm also going to grab my water because I get terrible dry mouth. Thank you. There we go. All right, so if I don't lean real close, you guys can hear me on the microphone, right? Great. In the 20th century, roughly 64,000 people in the United States, mainly patients in state asylums and hospitals, were sterilized based on eugenics laws. A number of excellent books and articles and a few web resources on the history of eugenics and sterilization have appeared in recent years, but very little is known about the demographics and experiences of people sterilized, often against their will. Eugenics, the effort to shape and limit populations through sterilization and other forms of reproductive control, have been in the news lately. Earlier this year, Virginia joined North Carolina in offering monetary reparations to people sterilized under state eugenics programs in the 20th century. And this summer, No Más Bebés por Vida, a new documentary about Los Angeles General Hospital's sterilization abuse against Latinas, will premiere at the LA Film Festival. Just 2 years ago, in July 2013, while this documentary was in production, an investigative journalist for the Center for Investigative Reporting published an in-depth article claiming that about 150 female inmates in California prisons had received unauthorized tubal ligations. This was confirmed with an exhaustive state audit issued last summer and a bill signed by Governor Jerry Brown prohibiting sterilizations in state prisons except in case of medical emergency was issued. Now, as a bit of history, in 1907, Indiana became the first of more than 30 states to adopt legislation aimed at compulsory sterilization for certain individuals. Although the law was overturned by the Indiana Supreme Court in 1921, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of a Virginia law allowing for compulsory sterilizations of patients of state mental institutions in 1927. Some states sterilized so-called imbeciles for much of the 20th century. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in the 1927 Buck versus Bell case that the state of Virginia could sterilize individuals under the Virginia Sterilization Act in 1924. The most significant era of eugenic sterilization was between 1907 and 1963. I'm working with a set of collaborators, including Alexandra Mina Stern, who is a historian of science at the University of Michigan, on a multimodal project to capture and illuminate demographic patterns and individual experiences of eugenic sterilization over 4 decades in California. It incorporates data and documents that are connected to the long histories of eugenics and coerced sterilization in state institutions and amongst marginalized communities, encompassing roughly from the early 1900s to the present. This digital project will build on the foundation of the eugenic sterilization data set, incorporating a variety of digital tools and interpretive devices. And what I'm talking about here today is just a really small subset of that larger work. And we have, and this is courtesy of much of the work that Alexandra and her team at Michigan have done, a unique resource of 18,000 patient records from California institutions from 1921 to 1953. These records were microfilmed by the California Department of State Hospitals in the 1970s and then largely abandoned. They were found in a filing cabinet in an abandoned building. Alexandra actually is the one who found them. And she and her team have been digitizing these reels and are using them in compliance with state and university regulations to create what's known as a de-identified data set. Our database includes patient records that include 212 variables pulled from over 30,000 unique documents. This resource is the first of its kind, encompassing almost 1/3 of the total sterilizations performed in the 32 states in the US in the 20th century. Now, part of the challenge of exposing these histories is a set of national guidelines regarding the release of medical data, which is considered protected information. And this brings us back to our sort of theme of open access versus privacy, right? The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, was designated in part to protect the confidentiality and security of healthcare information. But the law is also, in this case in particular, a tool to obscure histories and contemporary accounts of reproductive discrimination and human rights violations. Now, violations of human rights in the areas of reproduction and health, particularly of vulnerable, often minority populations in the United States, is not new. But these practices remain largely out of public view until investigative journalists and community activists are able to break through the silence. And this is largely because of the HIPAA laws. Thus far, traditional scholarly work with protected information has sought to create what are known as composite models in order to tell stories of injustice without violating privacy. Now, these models, while useful, have the sort of undesired effect of reducing individual experience to a kind of false collective imagined experience, and they really lack the kind of resonance needed to transform public awareness and policymaking. Now, I joined Alexandra on this project just this year, or last year actually, I guess. We were at a conference together and sort of decided that we were going to start working together. And part of what happened was that I had already been thinking about performance as a useful way of thinking about how archives are activated and activatable. And I had been thinking with Morris Eves, right, and his piece, The Editorial Void, Recording Notes Toward a Study of Oblivion. And he has this kind of this observation about the what do I want to call it, like the human scale, right, of our own memory, right? Given dispersal and disposal are the normal fate of information, when it hits a generational burst, there's a kind of generational effect in our knowledge making. And he's citing gaps. He's particularly interested in a set of gaps around some images. But I think his idea of how might we edit the missing? Like, how do we think about editing in order to create the space to acknowledge those who are missing in archives is a really compelling one. Now, when I heard Alexandra first talk about the eugenics project, it really pushed me to think hard about the intellectual underpinnings of my own sense of melancholy regarding archival absence. I often sort of lament it, want to stomp my feet, feel bad about it, etc. And I began looking for ways to think not only in terms of loss and lossiness, but also in terms of possibility and opportunity. A kind of methodological equivalent of highlighting what is there rather than stomping my feet and protesting, but nothing's there. And in the context of, and I'm trained as an early modernist, so I keep referencing people who do ye olde things. But in the context of Shakespeare studies, Simon Palfrey has recently suggested thinking about literary and historical records in terms of fractals. I just want to put a pin in the fact that Paul Free's not the first one to do this. Y.G. Dimmick did a really great job of this in her wonderful 2006 Other Continents, but he is particularly quotable. He suggests thinking of the fractal nature of the archival record as, in one sense, an insufficient shard of the true substance, and in another sense, a promise-crammed instantiation of everything, right? And I think that tension between insufficiency and promise-crammed instantiation is really interesting. It's a kind of productive site of possibility, even as we acknowledge absence. And I think it's also a way of sort of subverting the melancholic notion of archival loss and absence, a way for me of seeing discussions of privacy and the right to be forgotten might bear on non-20th century archives. But it's also a way of thinking about those tiny little shards of HIPAA-compliant, de-identified data as really rich rather than just really lacking. At the same time, I was thinking about performance theory through Rebecca Schneider, in part to push back against, and I'm quoting her here, the long-standing assumption in archive culture that objects, documents, and recordings are the only way of remaining. And this goes, I think, in part to some of the stuff that you were talking about earlier with the different like non-textual forms of memory making that we have. And that monuments are the best mode of commemorating. So Schneider is really pushing hard against a kind of monumental mode. And she's thinking of a kind of performance-based archival theory that pushes back not only on a monumental mode, but one that is imperial and patriarchal in its logics. One that assumes that if it is not visible or given to documentation or otherwise houseable, to use Derrida's phrase, under house arrest, I think it's really striking that he uses that way of talking about it, then an archive is somehow lost or disappeared. And Schneider quotes Diana Taylor, saying there's an advantage to thinking about a repertoire performed through dance, theater, song, ritual, witnessing, healing practices, memory paths, and the many other forms of repeatable behaviors as something that cannot be housed or contained in the traditional archive. So what I'd like to do now is take a turn to an example of a kind of performative gesture, the very first and very prototype sort of first generation style effort at enacting the kind of practice that I hear Schneider and Taylor suggesting. And as I said, this is just a very small part of the work that I'm doing, not only with Alexander Stern, but with my collaborators, Jessica Rajko and Eileen Stanley. And if you're interested in the Vibrant Lives project, we have a website, you can check it out, it's vibrantlives.wordpress.com. And what we're doing in there, and this sort of brings the Stern, the Michigan and the ASU collaborations together, is to think about how we can know through our skin and our ears what haptic and sonic knowledge might do for us. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play you a small sample. This is, as I said, a sort of test sample. This is a map. Right here, what you see is a visual map of a sonified sterilization. This is a random selection of 100 files from the first 2 years of data. And what you have is I've mapped the data points into space somewhat arbitrarily in order to optimize being able to hear the difference. So men who consent are given the value 75. That is, they're sterilized with some sort of consent. Women who consent, men who consent are 51. Women who consent are 75. Men without consent are 250, and women without consent are 300. So if you just take a minute, and if anybody, as I said, needs to not do this, that's okay with me too. Now would be the time to head out of the room. Now, the next thing we're going to do as the kind of performative element is go through a haptic exercise of that exact same data, right? So that was the sonic experience. And just to give you a bit of background, haptics, right, deal with tactile experience that are about knowing through touch or skin. And what I have over here are two woogers, which are essentially personal subwoofers. I have two volunteers, one who would sort of stand directly here and one who would stand directly there. All right, so my two volunteer people, please come and get a cocaine. I need one more volunteer. Thank you. So the idea, I need you to stand back far enough that the red wire is taut. And actually, if you do not go up on that stage, because people need to come and touch this. Okay, so now I'm going to ask those of you who want to be able to feel the vibrations of that data set to come up and sort of arrange yourselves around these two lines. And it's important that it stays flat. Fill on in so working with I did this specifically to try to give as many people as possible a sense of this, because it's a little bit difficult. Don't touch it, I'll tell you. I mean, okay, the principle here is that these enamel wires are conducting vibrations over a greater space, so the more you can have this experience. If you can touch the wires as lightly as possible, that will allow the maximum number of people to feel the vibration as strongly as possible. Right? So if you were to grab a hold of the wire, you would dampen the signal, so please don't do that. So I'm going to go ahead and start playing, and you should be able to feel the vibration. Go ahead, you can sort of hover your hands over it. Just feel it. Oh, I have to turn them on. This is an important feature in power. Please take a picture of this. Okay, so everybody ready? Okay, go ahead. So the vibrations, right, are one of each of the data points. The stronger vibrations are those who said no, and the more delicate vibrations are those who consented. Can you all feel them? You don't have to do it the whole time, it lasts a minute. Okay, that's done. Thank you. So thank you all for participating in that performance. I'm actually super curious in the question period and after this to hear how you all found that, since this is very much an experiment. But for me, the sort of performative element allows me to sort of orient away from thinking about data and archives as something upon which we act, and towards the idea that the archives and the data are always already acting, right? And it's also a way for me to imagine that to engage the archive and the data is to like, literally pledge ourselves as responsible for the kinds of knowledge and subject positions that our efforts engender. And I just want to, I'll sort of end by pinging that I think this is a sort of interesting way of thinking of Schneider's notion of syncopated time, something like Toni Morrison's rememory, Adrian Rich's revision, other kinds of modes that think about engaging with archives differently. And going forward, we have a set of questions for ourselves in the project, so like what are the ethical considerations that we have overlooked? What is it, how can we best care for the bodies, right? Both the bodies that were harmed, right? But also the body of records while staying inside this sort of encapsulation of the law, but also your bodies, right? Because I just involved you in a participatory experience in which I asked you to touch a representation of history in some way, and I think that carries a certain kind of weight. So I'm going to end there. Thank you very much.
Anybody have any questions?
So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about how you got to that particular sonification itself.
Like this?
Yes. Was it generated randomly? Did you decide which was the order of things?
Right, so there's a thing called the sonification sandbox that I use in order to do this, and you can use data sets and they can be very complex data sets. And I, in fact, will be going forward with a kind of professional sonifier after this, so this was me sort of noodling around. And what I was trying to do, there's an interesting thing in sound theory that you have to have a certain kind of maximal separation in order to be able to distinguish the difference between values. Right, so these are entirely arbitrary sort of values, right? Like, in fact, I did have them in a different way. The no's resonate at a lower pitch, which means they're also optimized for the wooger. So I wanted you to feel the no's more heavily. And so that is a conscious crafting that I have done. But I also wanted to create enough space that you could distinguish between both the male no's and the female no's and the yeses and no's. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so is that why you ordered them to be as back and forth as much? That's where I'm.
So this is just, there are 100 data points, right? And they go back and forth. This is just across the 2 years. So these are actually sequential in time, right? So like, if you go across the span of 2 years, they actually map out in time, but I don't have a time axis on here.
This is effectively a time axis.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. So like this string, right, of people who, sort of go bam, 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 one right after another, they happen sequentially in historical time, one after another. I didn't craft that part.
Thanks, this is very interesting. There are a whole host of debates surrounding issues like the representation and memorialization of historical tragedy. I'm sure you're very aware of these. Positions range from, well, we can't represent this at all, to, well, we have to represent this in the crudest, most real way possible. And I don't really have a specific question for you. I just want to know kind of where you fall along that continuum.
Right, in that conversation. I mean, I would say, other parts of this project involve having dancers and people moving in a space. It also involves sculpture. There's a student at the University of Michigan who's written some poetry based on the records. She was one of the people who entered a lot of the data. And then we have like the de-identified data stream that's going to the NIH, for example. And those, for us, each one of those is a perspective in. And we have had, as a group, ongoing conversations, and I would say they are still ongoing, about where the ethical boundaries lie. So I, for example, actually have a really hard time using the words of people in the records when they protested. I'm not going to say them, but when they protested their sterilization, taking them out and using them, for example, in a piece of poetry, to me feels very appropriative, which is part of why I like this sonification, because it creates a certain kind of distance, such that I'm not appropriating people who were damaged, essentially. That said, part of the reason the composite model is so unsatisfying is because it doesn't resonate, right? And I don't know, I'm actually really interested to hear you guys whether or not this was meaningful for you as a sort of experience of this data, because it might be that this is just too abstracted, right? That you want the words, but I think there's a real problem with the words in that the person can be re-identified, right? And so there's a privacy issue, but also who am I to out them in a particular way? And at the same time, I think these records and this history of the state practices have been obscured because of privacy concerns, right? So the majority of people don't know that 64,000 people were sterilized in the US, that it was disproportionately people of color. Depending on which time and space you were looking at, it was often immigrant women, Catholic women, including Irish women. But here in this particular data set, the early data set, it was men. So I think it's super complicated is where I fall in it, and I'm still trying to find my way.
I'd like to know how many people in the room who experienced both felt that if we had no context for sound or feeling, we would have thought we had participated in an art performance. If you had not told us what this is supposed to be about, it is abstract. And that raises some other issues about whether or not you're being very principled and forthcoming. But other people might use archives and start producing art.
And they do.
Out of tragic events.
They do.
And not allowing other people to know that's where it came from.
I mean, I think that's a real issue, and people do that. I don't know how people felt in the room, but I know there was another question back there.
So my question is, this is going to sound sort of crude, and I don't mean it to be,
Okay.
but I think privacy rights stop at death. We don't have a right to be forgotten per se, and I'm not positive what the finer points of HIPAA are, and I was just wondering if you've looked at that and if that came into consideration. I don't, again, mean to be crude. No, but I also, on a side point, I appreciate your being restrained, because you can use sound to evoke all kinds of emotions. The human is very hackable through the sensory mechanisms, and we know a lot about how to do that. And I like that you didn't actually, create dread in a sonic way, for example.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. In terms of HIPAA regulations, so there was an update. I think this is back here. It's kind of small text. Oh, no, it's actually not on that slide. There was an update that said that HIPAA regulations are enforced until 50 years after the death of the person. Now, that is also different, so that's the national guidelines. It is differentially applied in different archives. So different archives with the same data set have said variously 50 years, 100 years, never. So the state of Arizona, for example, will not give me access to those records unless I can tell them the name of every individual's record that I want to look at, so that they can verify that that human has been dead for the prerequisite number of years. So I functionally can't get that record, right? And in the case of the scholar who worked on these for North Carolina, the state destroyed the records when they found out what she was doing. And the only reason we have that record is because she photocopied it and took it home, right? So the like meta-theoretical issues of privacy, I think are there and real. But there's also this way in which particular archives, particular states are implementing restrictions that are making it impossible to get this data or these histories out, regardless of what the law says, which is super frustrating.
I think this was a really interesting presentation, and I think that the multimodal experience of this kind of archive seems really fitting, in part because it's almost like you're demonstrating the agency of people whose agency was taken away. Mm-hmm. And I was curious if you could comment on that reading of this kind of performative archive, and also on the applicability of this kind of multimodal experience to other kinds of archives. Maybe that's not so strongly at play.
I mean, I think, sonification and haptification, I think, are really interesting. The more we know about the science of sort of like how the body is hackable, right, how we come to know things, I think multimodality of this kind is an area that deserves to be explored much more, right? I think in terms of agency, it's a really interesting question, right? Because I struggle with what it means to give someone voice, right? That's a really typical phrase in like old school recovery projects. And yet it can have this really appropriative quality, especially when, I'm a white academic in a relatively reasonably privileged position, right? And so there's a way for me, I keep thinking about being haunted. This came up last night at dinner. I mean it a little differently than the ghost hunters. Being haunted by things that I find in the archive. And I think one of the things that's interesting for me about the sonic and the haptic is the way that it doesn't try to literalize voice, but it still gives experience. And that experience then might linger with someone, it might haunt them in really productive ways. So I think there's a lot to do there, and that's sort of how I've been thinking about it. Yeah, of course. I would really love feedback since this is in a super early stage. So if you would email me or tweet at Prof. Wernimont, that would be, or even just on the hashtag for the conference, that would be super great. Any feedback, I'm open to all of it. Thanks.
Okay. We're not supposed to take a break now, but so let's get set up and get started. And while we're setting up, there's more snacks in the bag. So.
That's what I wondered, is if you have like, okay, you just can't, yeah, okay. So you just have the records and it's like, right, because it's like.
Once you,
yeah. Right, so it's like, how do you bridge that? Like that sort of, in the way that we're all streams, outreach and records, everything, yeah.
I was thinking about with my uncle, he has some of his letters, when he was probably similar, I suspect, given his first position. But I have no idea if this were going to find out.
you can call the state archive and ask.
He's been dead since 71, but he was in, he was kind of during the height.
So 71 is not going to be, so they would have to choose to do that.
It's not like a mandate, yeah.
The letters that we have were
Anyway, yeah.
Stewart, I think we had a brief email conversation. I was just like, when you were talking, I was like, I had like a brain spasm. I was like, oh, really? You're gonna try to do it completely. And then he made an argument for the integration. And you have Apple libraries, domain century libraries, called our Humanities. We have physical space to bring faculty in to do that. It's very important to be more friends when we get into our technique, all
Really understanding the library right now. So I'm trying to.
That was intentional. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm trying
We're gonna get started in about a minute.
By universities with their small businesses, this is a different way. It's all about research and how you're using that research.
All right, as you're making your way back to your seats, I'll announce our next paper. David Birnbaum is from the University of Pittsburgh, and he'll be giving a talk entitled "The Computer-Assisted Identification of Reader and Rhyme: How Russian is Not English." Please join me in welcoming David.
Thank you. For the past year or so, I've been working on persuading my computer to help me identify the meter and rhyme of Russian verse. A human reader can do this very naturally. It's not something it's easy for a computer to do. There's something wrong with my display and I am not seeing my own slides, although I am mirroring. So I'm going to stand a little bit to the side and watch the screen, which means I won't make eye contact with the audience, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm here and I know you're here too. I've always considered myself a reasonably sensitive reader of poetry. I have a good knowledge of English and Russian, both the languages and the verse. And so I went into this project assuming that I could learn something about how to parse Russian verse automatically from experiments others have done in English. That is to say, I assumed it would be fairly similar. The Russian and English verse systems are indeed similar, and therefore I was surprised and intrigued by the subtlety on the one hand and the obviousness on the other, some of the differences. So in keeping with the theme of this conference, although I am firmly situated within Western Europe, if I can put Russia there, I'm nonetheless going to talk about how these two similar traditions turn out to differ more than at least I expected they would. I've spoken about other aspects of this project before. I've spoken about the technology. I've spoken about why this is interesting from the perspective of verse theory. But what I'd like to concentrate on for this audience is how Russian and English are different and what that means to me as a digital humanist of the humanities computing persuasion. That is somebody whose work concentrates mostly on writing code so the computer will tell me things about the poetry that are difficult for me to discern with my own eyes and ears. The Russian verse is predominantly syllabotonic, which is similar to the dominant history of English language verse. Syllabotonic verse characterizes the most of the 19th and 20th centuries in verse, as it does in English. Both of these verse traditions have alternatives. There is tonic verse in both languages. There is purely syllabic verse in both languages, but the syllabotonic tradition is nonetheless dominant. It's not surprising that they share this feature. European verse practitioners were in contact with one another. They read one another's languages, so it's indeed not surprising that one would find similarities. The languages are also similar in some ways. They turn out to be different in ways that I hadn't anticipated. I need to work at scale. There's a very large corpus, and the key to identifying the meter and rhyme in Russian verse is figuring out where the stress is. Stress is not part of normal Russian orthography. As a human who knows the language, I can read the verse and stress the correct syllables, but my computer can't do that. So the starting point had to be to persuade it to distinguish stressed from unstressed syllables. So in my plain text input, where I can scrape the entire canon in plain text, I have stress is unknown, so I've got to figure that out. In order to identify rhyme, I need both stress and pronunciation. And Russian orthography is closer to Russian pronunciation. That is the case in English, because come on, anything's closer than is the case with English. But nonetheless, it's not direct enough that I can do it without some help. I made my problem easier first by constraining myself to the syllabotonic tradition, so I made no attempt to have the computer tell me what to do with syllabic or tonic verse. I also constrained my area of inquiry to reasonably regular meter. There is Russian verse that changes the metrical structure throughout, and poets are experimental. They get bored with what everyone else has been doing as well. But nonetheless, the dominant tradition is consistent, and that gave me a sizable corpus to work with. Similarly, I assumed that there was going to be a reasonably regular rhyme scheme that I would try to discern, and in places where there isn't, I, for the moment at least, ruled that out of consideration. The output I need is I need to find which words are stressed, and that is lexical stress. I also need to define metrical ictus. Not every lexically stressed word is going to be stressed in the recitation of a poem, and vice versa. Scholars of versification distinguish stress, which is a linguistic property, from meter, which is a property of the poetic organization. So it wasn't enough to find where the stress belonged on the words as far as a dictionary would tell me. I also had to figure out which of those stresses were actually realized in the context of the poem. Within the rhyme scheme, it's relatively easy if I can get pronunciation to ask, does the end of this line match the end of this line in pronunciation? What's harder and therefore more interesting is that Russian poets used approximate rhyme. And there's a long tradition of saying, oh, they were playing fast and loose with rhyme here, but I was interested in how. And one of the things I can do more easily computationally than as a human is decompose the sounds into their constituent distinctive features, and then say, for example, that a certain poet neutralizes certain features in rhyme. Some features don't matter to him, but other features might matter. The representations of this information, that is to say my output, in some cases will be in text, I will write about it. In other cases, it will be statistical. In other cases, I may have visual representations. And I'm not talking at much length here about why I would want to do this. I will say briefly that I'm not counting things just because they're countable. There actually are research questions lurking behind this. I'm happy to talk about it, but I want to concentrate on Russian versus English here. So I want to get the formal properties of the poetry in my corpus. For synchronic reasons, I want to examine individual poems, and then I can group them by period, by movement, by poet. I can talk about what was the predominant theme in a certain strain, a certain school of poetic practice. Diachronically, I can look at how these preferences changed over time. I can look at the relationships between form and meaning, that is to say, as a human, when I recognize certain content in my poem, are there certain regularities in the formal structure that are associated for a reader or a listener with certain formal association between formal properties and meaning. There is a very centrist tradition in Russian verse practice. The predominant practitioners of Russian verse were located in the two big cities in Moscow and in St. Petersburg, and they were popular, and people on the periphery in the provinces tried to imitate them. The imitations were more or less successful. So one of the things I can also look at is what were the formal properties that were imitated and which ones were not. So this is the only screenshot I have. This is just a sample browsing interface of one poem. So and the computer does all of this. I feed it a plain text poem and it gives me a representation of the stressed syllables marked. It gives me an abstraction of the meter. It gives me the rhyme scheme. It pulls out the stressed vowels. And what I've graphed here is for each of the syllabic positions across the line, how likely is a particular syllabic position to be stressed. So one of the things we can see is that position 8 is stressed 100% of the time, position 7 is stressed never, etc. And this is an old and interesting, believe it or not, question in the history of Russian verse, which I won't go into now, but I'll be happy to do it during the coffee break. Well, the challenges are that the input is in native Russian orthography, which doesn't mark stress. So the good part is that I can get it easily. The bad part is that I have to get the stress. And as I said before, I need to get the stress for both for meter and for rhyme. Stress is not really Boolean. It's not a case that a syllable is stressed or unstressed. There are weakly stressed syllables and the like. And as a simplification, I'm going to pretend that doesn't happen. I'm going to determine that syllable either is or isn't stressed. So the first place is determined stress automatically. Now I have an English example here because everyone in the audience will understand this, and the Russian example they wouldn't. I'm not going to read this to you except to say that there are different ways people might perform this. And this is a verse in iambic pentameter, and no matter how you perform it, you're more likely to feel that there is emphasis on an even-numbered syllable than an odd-numbered one. So the highlighting I've done here is how I find I read these 4 lines most naturally. You're reading differ, but the point is that in this iambic line, there are some places where we don't feel a stress, or at least don't feel a very strong stress, on an even-numbered syllable, even though in an iambic verse we kind of should. And conversely, down in the last line, there's a place where we do feel a stress, or at least I feel a stress, in what would normally be a weak syllable, a position that is not that does not tend toward being stressed. So this is the kind of tension between the ambient meter, that's to say the general metrical structure of the poem, the meter of a particular line as it's implemented, and intersecting with that, the lexical stress properties of the words. I suppose, all right, let me do this kind of briefly. I am identifying within the ambient meter certain substitutions, places where you have an iamb that may not be realized. It might be replaced by a pyrrhic foot or by a sponde. That is to say with stress and unstress where you don't expect it. There are reasons that poets do this. If you have ever read a poem that is relentlessly and perfectly iambic, it thumps along, and after a few lines you get kind of tired of it. So I'm not going to read through the bullet list, but there are lots of reasons why poets deviate from the ambient meter, and that's one of the things that makes the poetry work. Okay, let's talk about English and Russian. In English, the relationship between vowel letters and vowel sounds is not one-to-one. There are situations in English where 2 adjacent vowels represent 2 syllables. There are situations where they represent 1 syllable. This is not true in Russian. Lucky for me. So what this means is in Russian, every vowel represents its own syllable. There are no silent vowels. There are no sequences of vowels that represent a single syllable. So I get my syllable count for free because I can count letters really easily. I know what a vowel letter is. Knowing what a vowel is in pronunciation would require me to transform the written text into a phonetic representation, and that's harder. So this is something I can do very easily in Russian. It's harder to do in English. People do it in English, and I'll talk about an English project similar to mine later. But it's something that made this not just possible, but actually easy in Russian. I got my syllable count. I know how many syllables there are in every line. A lot of English words have secondary stress. Russian words don't. With a small number of exceptions, no matter how long the Russian word is, there is one stressed syllable and the others aren't. So this makes it easier to talk about where is the stress in this word. In English, I have to think about issues of secondary stress. I took the Shakespeare sonnet from which I pulled the example before, and I took a comparable amount of text from a famous early 19th century Russian poem, and I just did a very coarse count of the length of the words in letters. And what we notice is that English has a lot of short words and Russian has a lot of long words, and that has to do with the structure of the language. And this has consequences in, for example, binary meter, and both of these first examples are in binary meter. In binary meter, we expect to have stress on every even-numbered syllable and not on every odd-numbered syllable. But if you've got a relentless sequence of one-syllable words, each of which might naturally, not all, but many of which might naturally bear lexical stress, that's going to come into conflict with a meter that doesn't expect every word one after another to have lexical stress. Conversely, in Russian, if I have a 5-syllable word that can only have one stress, that means that my iambic meter is going to have to suppress the expected stress in a couple of places. So this is another difference in the in how the phonetic structure, or not just the phonetic, how the linguistic structure in Russian influences the poetic capabilities differently from the way the linguistic structure in English does that for English. There are also differences, traditional differences in verse practice, and this was the part that really surprised me, and I'll show you an example in a moment. Both of these are strong syllabotonic traditions, and you look at a history of Russian versification, and it talks about, here's iambic tetrameter, and here are some examples, and these are some poets who did it. And then you look at a history of English versification, and you find the same thing, and you think, these are pretty similar. But it turns out that in Russian verse, there's a much stronger sense of what a line is, what a metrical foot is, and therefore what the syllabotonic structure is. There is a stronger sense of this in the Russian tradition than there is in English. Now, there are very firmly structured English examples and there are loose Russian examples, but dominantly you find different approaches. So this isn't about the language anymore. It's not the length of the words. It's not about the orthography, whether a vowel letter represents a syllable. Now it's about verse practice. So I pulled out an example of a ballad by Robert Southey that was translated by Vasily Zhukovsky, who was a famous writer of the turn of the 19th century. So here's the Southey example. It's just 4 lines, and this is understood as English ballad meter. And the numbers on the right side are the number of syllables in each foot. So you see there are some 2s and some 3s. If you look at Zhukovsky's translation, they're all a bunch of 2s. So what Zhukovsky has said, and this is tetrameter and this is pentameter, but beyond that, what Zhukovsky has said is that foot matters. This is binary meter, I got binary feet, where Southey wasn't under that restriction. And the Southey poems reads very naturally, even for us as native speakers of English, or at least as people who have acquired enough fluency in English to be able to read a text like this. This doesn't sound distorted. It doesn't sound like he's playing fast and loose with the verse. This reads pretty well as English poetry. And yet the practice is completely different between the English example and the Russian poem that's supposed to be a translation of the English poem. So for some reason, Zhukovsky thought, although he was translating more or less the sense, and he was writing something in what to a Russian would have been perceived as a ballad, he didn't feel any obligation to try to translate, let's say, transfer Southey's idea of ballad meter into a Russian context. Now, one of the reasons we measure and count this stuff is because there are certain regularities in the history of Russian verse. There are certain properties. For example, which of those syllables as you read across the line is more likely to be stressed and which one isn't. So this is a different graph, but it's the same type as I showed you before. And as you can see, the even numbered syllables, this is iambic verse, those are the ones where you expect the stress. But number 8, 100% of the time, number 6, 43% of the time. And that turns out to be a regularity in the history of Russian verse. There is, over the Russian verse corpus, certain positions are more likely not to realize a likely potential stress than others are. This doesn't happen in English. So this is just a brief peek at why we're looking at this. It's the same, nominally it's the same verse organization. It's syllabotonic verse. But if you take Russian iambic tetrameter and English iambic tetrameter, you don't get the same graphs, and you don't even get the same general shape of the graph. So these are the kinds of discoveries, and this one goes back to the beginning of the 20th century, most strongly publicized in the middle of the 20th century. This is an old and well-established observation, but there are other types of regularities that we're trying to tease out about how Russian verse and English verse, despite these similarities in their overall organization, might differ. So what I want for the individual poems is basically a complete formal description of how it works, but I want the computer to do it for me because I don't have grant funding. And then on a corpus level, I want to see what it tells me about the traditions, as I said earlier, whether synchronically, school, poet, period, or diachronically, what's changed over the history of Russian verse. The procedure that I follow, and I'll do this quickly because this isn't the technology version of the talk, I actually have one slide for each of these, but I'm going to blow through them. I start by, I've built a stress dictionary. I tokenize the poem into words. I pass each word token into the dictionary. It comes back with the stress if I'm lucky. There are ambiguities and there are lacunae, so I have to reconcile those. And the next several steps are about how I infer from the unambiguous examples, what should I do with the places where the dictionary doesn't give me an unambiguous answer, or where it gives me no answer at all because the word isn't in a dictionary. So that's going to take me basically down through step 6. And I'm happy to talk about this, but it's not the focus of this talk, so I'm not going to do it in detail unless somebody asks. I could get the line length once I know the stresses in feet. And one of the complications is that although the verse has a dominant structure, for example, iambic pentameter, it's very common in verse to have either an extra unstressed syllable at the end or to be missing an unstressed syllable at the end. These are practices called hypermetricality and catalexis. So it's not just a matter of counting the syllables. Sometimes I have to deal with what isn't there. So I'm going to blow through these, but as I said, I'll be happy to go back over them later. I want to say about rhyme, and this is like my penultimate slide. Russian orthography is not phonetic. I can't simply compare the spelling and determine when the ends of 2 lines rhyme. However, Russian orthography is, if I know the place of stress, I can move algorithmically from Russian orthography to Russian pronunciation. I can't do this with English except with very heavy lookup. I don't have to look up very much in the pronunciation of Russian. So I'm able to get rhyme much more easily once I've got the stress. There is an English verse project that attempts to do something similar. It's the Transhistorical Poetry Project at Stanford University, and I had occasion earlier this year to talk to some of the developers. They had to deal with pronunciation in English, much harder than in Russian. They used an existing pronunciation dictionary, which has limitations, but it's what we've got. Where that didn't work, they used a machine learning system that was designed to predict the pronunciation of a word based on the context. It also doesn't perform very well against what we've got. So, they said that they nonetheless got good results, because it turns out both for them and for me, you can have a fair amount of error and still understand how the poem works. But the path to getting stress and pronunciation in English is very different from the one that I used. They then, to determine the meter of a line, use the constraints that have been identified in the tradition of generative poetics, which are things like, when can you have an unstressed syllable in a metrically strong position and the like, and there's about a dozen constraints. And with brute force, they took each line, they laid it atop the series of constraints, and they evaluated the extent to which the constraints were violated. And then the parse that they assigned was the one that violated the fewest constraints. This is a completely different approach from the one I took, where, because I'm able to, remember Southey and Zhukovsky, because I can rely on the regularity of my lines, I can draw conclusions about missing information differently than they can. And this is, I guess, my last slide. So in Russian, I get syllables for free because they're equivalent to letters. If I know the place of stress, I get meter, although I have to do some analysis and inferral. If I know the place of stress, I can also get most of pronunciation. There's a weird little feature of Russian orthography at the bottom. There's one detail of pronunciation I have to get in another way. And that's kind of it. So by way of summarizing, the thing that surprised me most in this project, and the thing that I most enjoyed learning, was just how different the Russian was from English at every possible level, and therefore how that informed different approaches, in my case with the Russian material, and in the case of the Stanford crowd with the English material. So I'm going to take you back to the first line, because I want to say that my co-author and co-developer of this project is not here today, but all of this research is being conducted in collaboration with Elise Thorson, who's another member of my department. She is a Russian poetry specialist, and she did this too. So thank you all for your attention.
Time for some questions.
Thanks. So I was wondering if you can take what you've learned in all of this very in-depth analysis specific to kind of your field and extrapolate that out to people who might be studying with other languages and kind of what would be your lessons learned for them moving forward.
That's why the English comparison was so interesting for me, because I assumed, I should know better, I assumed that this, given all of the superficial similarities among the traditions, the method I was using in one language might apply in others, at least those that you have basically a syllabitonic tradition. And it turned out that they differed in many ways. There are some poetic traditions that have nothing to do with syllabitonic practice. And in some cases, that could be a cultural accident. In other cases, it emerges naturally from the organization of the language. Russian and English are both free stress languages. Fixed stress languages tend not to have syllabitonic poetry as their dominant type. So there are places where the poetic practice is so different, it wouldn't be practical to try to apply these methods. But the reason your question intrigues me is that I thought there would be more similarities between Russian and English than I actually found, and therefore it would be productive to go see what else can be compared, how can we leverage this. I didn't know about the Stanford project when I started, and when I went and talked to them, each of us was shocked by the approach the other had taken. It was so different from anything we had imagined, and I think that's because we were guided by what we already knew about the languages and the orthographies and the traditions, and neither of us really thought about the point of comparison until we happened to find ourselves in a conference talking about it.
From my own experience reading Russian poetry, it seems like there are some contexts where what I wouldn't think is a rhyme is treated by the poet as a rhyme, like an unstressed vowel at the end of the line. Can you comment on whether your definition of a rhyme changed over the course of this project, and if so, how?
Perfect rhyme is relatively easy to find. I can get algorithmically from orthography to pronunciation, and because computers are good at string matching, I can say if the strings match, they rhyme. One slight complication is that there are differences in pronunciation, both over history and even within standard Russian. And therefore, one might want to allow for a certain amount of variation. I should say that that's a big concern for me with the CMU pronunciation dictionary, because there's an awful lot of dialectal variation in English. English, after all, had a global empire, while Russian had a very centralized empire, and Russian was always focused on Moscow and St. Petersburg, while English had different centers that had their own literary traditions. So the differences in pronunciation are real. They're less for me than they are for my colleagues at Stanford. As far as the imperfect rhyme is concerned, and I haven't moved to implementing this, I can tell by the ambient rhyme scheme. For example, if the rhyme scheme in most of it looks like A, B, A, B, and then there's one place where the A's don't rhyme, I am going to infer that they're intended to rhyme by the poet. And what I can do is decompose the sounds into linguistic distinctive features, and I can say more than it's not a perfect rhyme. I like to be able to say, for example, early in the tradition, final N and final M rhymed. Now, N and M don't sound the same to me, but apparently place of articulation wasn't important if you had nasality. And to be able to talk about that, not in terms of N's and M's, but in terms of distinctive features, I expect will tell me something about how Russian poets over time and space thought about what should be considered a rhyme and what shouldn't. There is a more interesting example for me is heterosyllabic rhyme. So there are places where you have a 2-syllable word rhyming with a 3-syllable word and stresses on the beginning. That's I won't give an example for this non-Russophone audience, but that's really weird because that has to be treated in another way. Then I've got an extra syllable hanging out there, and yet it's very clear to anybody who understands Russian verse that those words are intended to rhyme, yet they're not going to string match.
As a computational linguist, my experience is that working with different languages, they seem to have all basically the same kind of complexity, except that the complexity shows up in different ways. So some of them are more syntactically complex, some of them are more morphologically complex. But yeah, you have to have a way of expressing all these different thoughts in the language. So did that, it sounded like in your project, Russian is easier, Russian is easier, Russian is easier. Are there areas where Russian is actually more difficult than English?
Not in my experience, but my knowledge of how to do this in English derives from somebody else's project. And I mean, all the time when I was doing this in Russian, I thought, how would I do it in English? And as I said, my original thought was it's going to be the same. And then just at each moment, I realized how it wasn't. Interestingly, for me at least, one of the principal differences isn't linguistic, although it's something that's often thought of as linguistic. It's the orthography. It's the Russian writing system. And the Russian could have adopted another orthography, it would still have been the Russian language. But the Russian orthography has a certain relationship to the language that's different from the relationship between English orthography to the English language. And when I think about these types of differences, I think that's a much bigger one for me than language. And then the other thing that makes this easier for me in Russian is that tradition of verse practice, the greater attention to the regularity of the foot structure. And at this point, I have a very small test corpus in Russian, and I am therefore eager to see how it blows up when I get to a Russian poem that maybe doesn't follow that kind of regularity. Well, one thing I've noticed that this all hinges on the dictionary, and the dictionary is slowly taking shape. It's quite incomplete now, but I have 100,000 words. I've got about, well, now I have more. At the time I started doing this, I had about 30,000 of them in the dictionary, including no verbs. That's really not a big dictionary. And yet I could get the metrical pattern of the poem pretty accurately just based on the little bits of information I got. The way I did it was to look at the unambiguous ones and then try to figure out how I could fill in the gaps. And it turns out I didn't need a whole lot of information to do that. Now to look at the deviations in an individual line, of course, I've got to fill in those gaps.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We are about 15 minutes behind schedule, but we're going to take a break, set up for the next panel, and following that, we'll have the closing keynote. So we'll convene back here at 3:30.
Okay, so let's resume our program with the last panel of the day, just before we head out to Humanities a chance, awesome keynote, I'm sure. And in this panel, we're going to have 4 presentations, and it's going to be pretty much the same way we did it with the other. Shorter presentations and then questions open up for the whole table. And first of all, we're going to have Jacqueline Dettman from the University of Nebraska-Kearney presenting Digital Cuba Problems and Possibilities. Then we have Andy Stewart talking about critical making, platform politics, and open source in the study of digital artworks. After that, we have on Skype from the University of Lethbridge, Titilola Babalola, speaking about decolonizing digital humanities and African perspective. And finally, we have Miriam Peña talking about Elabora HD, project of digital experimentation. So if we can begin with Jennifer, please.
Thanks. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm happy to be here and I'm learning a lot. First off the bat, I'm doing my best to speed through what is, I hope, a broad overview of the situation in Cuba with regards to digital technologies, internet access, and so forth, and some of the implications involved with limitations there, both for Cubans and for scholars that are collaborating with Cubans. So because of the way Cuba is portrayed in US media, it's easy to fall into a pattern of thought that frames the issue of digital technologies in Cuba as a continuation of the Cold War, with advocates of democracy and freedom on one side, and sinister apparatchiks and secret police on the other. But today I'll make the case that it's infrastructure, not censorship, that is the biggest limiting factor on Cubans' internet use. And then I'll also talk about various forms of internet or digital inequality. We'll skip that. So the conventional view of Cuba's internet policy is one of censorship and monitoring. US pundits regularly call for Cuba and other countries labeled authoritarian to tear down this firewall, echoing the Cold War rhetoric of Ronald Reagan. Scholars have also described Cuba's internet policy in terms of the dictator's dilemma, which says that, on one hand, authoritarian regimes wish to harness the economic potential of the internet, but on the other, they fear its democratizing potential. The Cuban government has indeed shown concern about internet dissidents, blocking sites, and monitoring bloggers. US-led efforts to use the internet to promote regime change in Cuba and elsewhere seem to have provided some justification for concerns about anti-government uses of the internet and cell phone networks. However, Cuba lacks a centralized censoring authority. These activities are left largely to the discretion of officials overseeing various networks and to law enforcement. So censorship, repression of speech in Cuba, these things do happen, but they happen in a more or less uncentralized and slapdash way. And this is because Cuba's overall approach to the internet responds to a different set of concerns than those outlined in the dictator's dilemma. Some scholars, Cristina Venegas in particular, have noted that Cuba's investment in communications technologies has consistently followed the UNESCO Cultural Affairs Committee platform for developing nations, which prioritizes infrastructure development for community organizations, education, and economic development over house-by-house connectivity. And so does this developmentalist policy undertaking the crisis-ridden post-Soviet era, which best explains the current state of internet access on the island. Until very recently, Cuba's connection was a slow satellite link. They have now connected an undersea cable from Venezuela. It hasn't come online right away due to technical issues. In terms of comparative bandwidth, it's like trying to attach a fire hose to a straw. And this is a task made harder by the embargo's limits on technology purchases. If you're feeling nostalgic for the screech, the soothing screech of a dial-up modem, you should take a trip to Cuba where they're still in use. The relatively few home connections use telephone lines to access the internet. Dial-up service, though, is expensive, and an account is often shared by several households. Most homes have only a single line, so If you're on the internet, you're tying up a telephone. Some of you probably remember those days. Faster connections can be found in hotels for an hourly fee, but even these connections struggle with the bandwidth demands of modern websites. You can forget about video. In an attempt to improve connection speeds and access to web-based services, the government has created several internal networks, often with domestically produced technology and often limited to official or university use. These networks have been misconstrued as attempts to create a canned internet or a walled garden in the interests of censorship. So the lack of access in Cuba is clear, but it's not absolute. In terms of its Caribbean and Central American peers, Cuba actually has a greater percentage of its population with internet access than some of those countries. Mobile access is now increasing. Verizon has now allowed roaming, although the cost is prohibitive. I couldn't afford it. I think they're charging something like $2,000 per gig of data access, something amazingly ridiculous, out of reach of almost anybody but the most wealthy tourists. Cubans, nevertheless, do find ways to access digital media even without internet connectivity. And the package, sounds like something out of a Mission Impossible movie, is a popular form of black market digital samizdat that circulates on flash drives, giving people access to the latest music, films, news, and software. So if we take stock of the situation, we realize that the picture is a little more complex than what the media usually presents. It is not the case that Cuba's government has imposed strict limits on internet use out of fear of its democratizing effects. What has Cuba done? Well, they have prioritized the use of internet for economic, educational, and cultural aims in line with UNESCO recommendations. Until very recently, and only, as far as I know, in the case of Verizon, they have not allowed third-party ISPs. The government has monitored and arrested bloggers known to be critical of the government. It has arrested and prosecuted agents of foreign governments often engaged in the illegal importation of telecommunications equipment. That was the case with Alan Gross. So we can criticize and question these instances of repression and censorship. But it's not a simple picture of the U.S. as a bastion of internet freedom. We could go through a laundry list of problems in the U.S., which I won't do right now, but they're enough and they're serious enough to problematize this dichotomy of internet freedom versus repression of freedom of speech. That's a simplistic picture. I'd like to avoid that here today. It's best to say that Cuba is responding to a unique set of problems with policy solutions derived from a state-led independentista paradigm that is incompatible with the incessant drive to privatize that characterizes the U.S. brand of democracy and capitalism. There are some serious problems with journalism in Cuba, related primarily to its state monopoly on both traditional print and digital media outlets. It's a one-party state. There's belong to the party. See where I'm going. This is an area where the internet has indeed enabled a diversity of voices. Bloggers and independent journalists have widened the political spectrum considerably. We hear most frequently about anti-Castro bloggers like Giovanni Sanchez and Orlando Luis Pargolasso, but the emerging voices also include those who critique the government from the left. Among these we find the journalist Elena Diaz herself, other groups like Observatorio Critico have injected a left libertarian perspective into policy debates and have even been able to influence government policy. We have literary production and criticism initiatives like Isriada, which have allowed writers to work in some respects outside the bubble of UNAC, which is the Writers Guild, which has for years been able to make and break careers. Just a few examples. So Cuba, in terms of its technology deficit, finds itself in a difficult position. It has a highly educated population full of potential software engineers but it lacks the infrastructure and capital to support a competitive tech sector. Despite these limitations, Cuba has forged ahead. In 2002, the government created a new university dedicated exclusively to information sciences, which now graduates over 1,500 students per year. So contrary to its reputation as technologically backward, Cuba does have a significant number of skilled programmers and web designers. However, their ability to apply their trade on the island is limited by lack of connectivity, speed, and so forth. So you won't see the kind of outsourcing that India is known for in Cuba anytime soon, simply because the infrastructure is not in place. And that there is kind of a global division of labor that could come into play there. It might be attractive for companies to outsource to Cuba, take advantage of lower wages, but that's not going to happen because of the lack of connectivity. So with the tech professionals, Cuba faces a situation similar to what it faces in medical science and healthcare, sectors in which there's a surplus of qualified personnel who must either find jobs in other fields or be sent abroad to developing countries in exchange for money or political capital. Access requires money. Cuba has a dual currency system. If people don't have access to CUCs, which is the currency that tourists use, it's a currency that's pegged to the dollar, they're likely not going to have internet access or much internet access. That's the bottom line there. It's important to note that Afro-Cubans face a disadvantage in terms of their access to digital technologies and the internet. I'm not going to go into the reasons for this right now. In the interest of time, maybe in the Q&A I can address some of that. Scholars, especially those who study Cuba or digital inequality, should be concerned with issues such as these, but we should also be concerned about global inequalities, such as those which define the relative digital capacities of poor peripheral countries like Cuba and Haiti, and those of the economic titans of the capitalist core. These inequalities impact our work as scholars and our relationships with other scholars whose access to resources is comparatively limited. Access to costly subscriber databases, ultra-fast connections, institutional loan agreements, and other research tools that we take for granted at universities like this one have a major impact on the speed, quality, and quantity of our research. The comparative lack of access to these resources for scholars in Cuba places them at a serious disadvantage. And we end up in a situation in which the production of knowledge and information about the island is dominated by academics working in wealthy countries and or embedded in powerful institutions. This undermines the promise of plurality that digital technologies offer and prolongs colonial relationships. Digital inequalities prevent scholarly self-determination. So what is to be done? One idea is to share our work more freely and attempt to place materials in the hands of our Cuban counterparts. This is an individualistic and ad hoc solution to a systemic problem, however. Another approach is to actively promote the work of Cuban bloggers and academics using our institutional resources to amplify their voices. And this is what NYU's Ted Henkin has done, for instance, with Giovanni Sanchez. For me, this is a particularly problematic example because although Sanchez's voice is one not often heard in Cuba, most of the promotion has been directed at an international public where anti-Castro views are fairly commonplace. Sanchez is also a white woman with the financial wherewithal to obtain frequent internet access, either in person or through proxies. Her criticism of the government largely echoes that of the mostly white and comparatively well-to-do Cuban diaspora, a community whose interests are not exactly underrepresented in U.S. policy circles. So one might ask, who is promoting the voices of Afro-Cubans who may have a different set of views and interests? Partnership rather than promotion may be a better model for collaboration across the digital divide. I think we've seen some really interesting examples of partnership and collaboration here at this forum, and they make me optimistic about the possibilities. There's just a couple, I'm not going to get into those right now. I want to talk a little bit about what a model partnership would look like. Am I out of time completely? Okay. Maybe for the QA we can talk about that. Thanks.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for having me here today. Today I want to describe the particular mode of critical making that I'm using in my ongoing research and show you an example of what this method looks like, as well as finally advocate for tinkering with open source software infrastructure as a way of understanding each other's work in the digital humanities and taking on the politics of the platforms we use. So my current research project centers on interactive musical pieces. These are software-based musical works that feel more directed than musical instruments, but that strive to transcend limitations of the recorded song by giving new agency to the listener. An example of what I'm describing is Thicket, a collection of audiovisual sketches by musician Morgan Packard and graphic artist Joshua Ott. In Thicket, which runs as an app on Apple's iOS operating system, the user activates a song's musical elements by making gestures on the touchscreen. I'll show a brief video clip, or maybe not, that indicate what I'm talking about. This is Thicket in action. So as soon as I started looking into Thicket and projects like Thicket, I came across a surprising trend that the musicians behind these works more often than not have built their own software libraries to enable the construction of these projects. A software library is a layer of code which abstracts away particular kinds of work that a program would otherwise have to do itself. For Thicket, this library is called Tonic. Here's a screenshot from the documentation. And its development was also led by Packard, who did the sound behind Thicket. Each of these different libraries encodes its own approaches to audio synthesis, musical structure, and possibilities for listener interaction, which for someone analyzing the politics of audio technologies is very interesting. The openness of these libraries, along with the work of theorists advocating for critical making and for the ethnographic study of technology, inspired me to add a hands-on engagement with the software libraries to my methods. One goal of this method is to access the poetics of signal processing, as sound studies theorists Tara Rogers and Jonathan Stern describe here. In drawing on critical making, I'm most interested in harnessing the power of messing around with computers, as Seymour Papert describes, in order to pursue a material engagement with software and thereby open up modes of social and conceptual critique, as Matt Radow advocates in his original essay, Critical Making. When we look at a software library, we're looking not just at a piece of technology, but at infrastructure, an open and often obscured layer of connections between the platform and the user interface. Susan Lee Starr's essay, The Ethnography of Infrastructure, encourages mining these kinds of layers for their rhetorical frictions, describing them no longer as information highways, but instead as symbolic sewers. So with that image in place, let's take a brief dive into the Tonic Library's symbolic sewer, which I can do by opening one of the example projects that comes bundled with the library. So I have here this example project open in Apple's Xcode editor. This is C++ code, but really I don't need to know much about software in order to start hunting and pecking for musical terms that might be interesting to me in analyzing the kind of rhetoric. So right here there's definitely some interesting stuff going on. I have a pentatonic scale, the representation that the artist behind this example project has chosen. And I also have a reference to MIDI. MIDI, for those who don't know, is an audio technology that goes back several decades that has been widely criticized for being very inflexible with non-Western modes of music. Interestingly, if I put a little bit up here, I see that MIDI is actually getting converted back to a frequency, which is a less kind of culturally loaded representation of a note. So that's actually some work that Tonic performs for people. It's translating into MIDI and back out of MIDI. So the ghost of MIDI is kind of present here in a symbolically rich way. If I want to play around, do some critical making in this test project, which I will kind of cheat and do by copying and pasting rather than spend the whole time on doing it. I can see what it might look like to add a different scale besides the pentatonic in here. So what I've done here is added in another scale based on the Iwata scale, which is also 5 tones, but based more on, or used more in traditional Japanese music. And then to activate, sorry, I'm going to first demonstrate what the project looks like without tinkering with it. So this is just me running this example project. I think without any modifications, you get this fun little instrument that uses the horizontal position of the mouse. To determine what note is being played. It's pretty straightforward. But now I want to add this other scale, and since nothing's being done with the vertical position of the mouse, I'm going to use that to set the type of scale that's being played. So all I have to do is add in one extra function, basically just copying this function here, set the scale type instead, and then adding one line of code to each of these functions down here. Now let's see if I've done this correctly. So now I have this thing that kind of hacked together that is actually one instrument representing 2 scales. So I can see just kind of experientially what that little modification, what effect it might have. Okay, so to get back to what's the point of all this? So in this work, I'm particularly interested in the material relationship between sound and software. Software platforms through which we experience music, such as the iPad, theorize sound and what assumptions they make about a listening body. If a platform, say an iPad operating system or a web browser, is at odds with the artist in its ideas about musical experience, then the software library as the piece that abstracts musical concepts and that interfaces between the artist's program and the platform is where most of these tensions need to be resolved. So Paul Kaplan ties material engagement into this attention to what he dubs platform politics. Platform politics are an essential lens for studying these musical works, partly because the owners of the platform, Apple, for example, are often invested in solidifying their own claims on musical experience at the same time that these artists are inventing new ones. The same is true much more broadly of digital humanities work. As much consciousness as we put into incorporating justice, accessibility, and participation into our tools, they're still at the end of the day involved in a mesh that includes pieces which fail or even obstruct those values. In her ethnography of infrastructure piece, Starr appeals to the example of a frustrated project to design a software tool for biologists, an example which I think will resonate with a lot of folks here. She advocates for adding this kind of engagement with the hidden parts of infrastructure into the preparation stage of participatory design. The mode of tinkering I want to then encourage is kind of the inverse of how good DH developers would normally engage with software. That is, identifying user needs first, then the approach, then the appropriate tools. Rather, in this mode, a researcher begins with a particular piece of infrastructure and pushes at the bounds of what it seems designed to do. And this, by the way, is by no means an argument that to be a digital humanist one needs to be a coder. So I don't think anyone would agree with here. It might take several years of training in programming language to make a software application from the ground up. It's much easier to break that software application with just a text editor and an open source local install. And instigating failure in a program often reveals even more insights about its infrastructural work than adapting or inspecting it could. So I want to just very quickly go back to a slide I inadvertently skipped. Just to talk a little bit about what open source is. We've talked a lot about open source and open access here. Just to briefly recap, open source isn't just pushing code out into a public space. It builds on a long tradition and technology within computational history, that there's kind of these attendant responsibilities for documentation and managing contributions at the DH lab where I work, where I'm a research assistant at HackerStudio. This is built very deeply into our development process. Open sourcing is actually an entire separate, its own stage of development where we're kind of doing a lot of targeted research into who might use a certain piece of code and what its long-term longevity is. So obviously, the fact that these open source libraries exist and these works I'm studying is really enables me to study them in the first place, and it says a lot about kind of the media art worlds that they emerge from. That open source ideology has a strong hold there as well. So to close, I want to advocate for open source as a praxis beyond the more familiar reasons of kind of shared infrastructure and non-commercial interests. If we as digital humanists take seriously the notion of software as material, then the act of open sourcing our work becomes not just a contribution to the field, but an invitation to critique. In accord with the idea of critical making, the critic in this case isn't assessing your new tool in order to decide whether to adopt it, but rather exploring the conceptual space opened by your new pieces of infrastructure. This engagement can help us build dialogue across projects and contexts to push against the limits and biases embedded in the platforms that touch our work, and in this way, to further humanize the digital. Thanks so much.
I think we're ready for the video whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. Hi everyone. Unfortunately, I can't see your faces, but I can hear my voice. And I hope I'll be able to do justice to this topic. It's kind of weird speaking to my screen without actually seeing all the lovely faces on the other side. I'll try to do my best. So the title of my paper is Decolonizing Digital Humanities, Africa in Perspective. First and foremost, I'll say what I will be talking about is a little bit similar to what Jonathan just talked about in respect to digital humanities and internet access, but it's a little bit different because I'm looking at this from a very different perspective. About 2 years ago, I presented a paper at this day conference and it was simply factors impeding the development of digital humanities in Africa. And my research mainly built on what was happening in Nigeria as an African country. And that particular research was based on the hypothesis of Daniel O'Donnell that the story that was linked between digital humanities participation and the economic state of a country, such that countries participate more in digital humanities activities than poor countries. And that also speaks to why we have more of digital humanities concentration in North America, Europe, and other Western continents. And we don't have so much of this same participation in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. And I realized that some of these issues might be due to the fact that we have poor network connectivity, we have electrical fast, we have poor integration of digital tools in educational system, limited bandwidth, and unresponsive to crowdsourcing and data curation. And these factors kind of this factors are reflected across countries with poor economy. But at all, I will flip the coin and looking at the same issue from a different perspective. That is looking at it from within the digital humanities community. What is it in the digital humanities community that's impeding the spread of digital humanities as a field to other parts of the world? And you might want to ask, what is it even important to get digital humanities out there? Why is it important to get it to Africa? Why is it important to get it to other parts of the world? It's because there's a rich amount of cultural heritage and humanistic research that die out with each passing moment because they are not properly documented in a way that is not only presents them but also makes them accessible to the world. And the world as a whole stands to lose from this because this cultural heritage, this research might be exclusive to a certain culture, might be exclusive to a certain people, might be exclusive to a certain geographical space, but in essence belongs to the whole world. And if we let it die out, it's a part of the world that's actually dying out. And I will be looking at why digital humanities as a field, as a global field, is actually limited in scope and in diversity. So looking at internet factors, which are factors within digital humanities, dynamics within the digital humanities community affecting its development in Africa. And you can see from this slide, I have the scope of definition and the issue of inclusion. Looking at the two diagrams on both sides of the slide, you can see that one is from the UCL Center for Digital Humanities, and the dark blue dots, you can see that's the one on your, that should be on your right or your left side, the one that has the caption, who are we? Who are them? You see the dark dots of digital humanities centers dispersed around the world, and you see a concentration of the western part of the globe, and visual centers in the lower part, which are the parts of the world with developing countries and poor economies. And you can also see from the Digital Humanities Conference in 2014, we had 589 papers from 35 countries. And interestingly, these 35 countries were located just along the western parts of the globe. So that speaks to something. Why isn't digital humanities reaching other parts of the world? One of the issues might actually be this of definition and the issue of inclusion. Because internet penetration might be poor, internet penetration might not be, internet access might not be as easy as it is in the West, but just as Jonathan said, people living in these parts of the world still find a way around this, and they still get access to the internet. So why aren't they really interested in what's happening in digital humanities? It might just be because of the definition. The definition of digital humanities has always been a problem among scholars. People frequently ask questions about what digital humanities is, what do humanities do, what is the field really about. And if you Google up digital humanities, frankly, you would get lots of definitions about what digital humanities is and what digital humanities do. But somehow, these definitions do not really provide adequate answers that help people understand what the field is. That's because it's actually a very large field. It's very inclusive of many people from different fields that are not relatively related. But in as much as it includes people from different fields, it also serves to exclude others who feel they do not belong to the pool table. And invariably, you discover that you feel, well, some people belong to digital humanities while others don't. That's partly because the definition of digital humanities doesn't really say exactly what the field is about, what is in and what is out. Until that is addressed and put to rest, some people might continue to feel excluded from what the field does or what it's about. Another thing that I realized affects the penetration of digital humanities in Africa is the way the academic structure is. For instance, digital humanities as a field has sort of adopted the academic structure of America. While what we have in most African countries, especially those colonized by Britain, is the British academic structure. And these structures are very, very different. For instance, if you look at two diagrams on this particular slide, you will find that the academic structure is laid out and it's not connected. So for instance, those in education, in the Faculty of Education, stay strictly Faculty of Education. Researchers in humanities or in social sciences stay within their field. It's as interactive and integrative as we have in the North American academic structure, where you have a professor of management writing a paper with a professor in science or in neuroscience, and you have someone in arts, social science writing a paper with someone in neuroscience, which is a field that's not necessarily related. But because the structure is so interactive and integrative, collaboration is encouraged across board. And this is kind of different from what is seen in many African institutions. And this affects how people in other academic communities react to digital humanities. Because when digital humanities is presented to them, and it's presented by those who do not necessarily belong to the core field of humanities, they wonder why it's being called humanities or digital humanities when it's being presented by someone in maybe engineering or even computer science. And that kind of raises issues about what exactly digital humanities is. The third factor that affects digital humanities, the development of digital humanities in Africa, is a difference in core ways of thinking. And that kind of ties in with what I discussed in the earlier slide, which is there's a mindset of what research is. There's the mindset about who and who should do research together. And there are different ways of thinking. So that the way people think in the western parts of the world, especially in North America, is different from the way people will think in Europe and in Africa. And until we begin to see the differences in ways of thinking, differences in manner of doing research, differences in mindset, might be difficult to really reach out to people in these other parts of the world and successfully integrate them into the digital humanities community. So, what's the way forward? These issues, I put them internal issues because they are something, there are things that people within the digital humanities community can do something about. It's actually within the reach of digital humanities. And I think the first thing is to begin to see digital humanities from the perspective of Africans. Is to see digital humanities from the eyes of Africa. Is to look at it as, okay, what do Africans, how do Africans think? If this is how Africans think, what can we mold digital humanities to include them in the discussion? What is it about digital humanities that people in other parts of the world will find interesting, and how do we present it without necessarily compromising what the field is about, so that it's easier for them to see, okay, digital humanities is all about A and B and C, and it's something we understand, something we can also do. So which ways can we actually reach out to them? In what ways can we get through to them? First, we have to create a lot of awareness about what digital humanities is. And I think that's actually ongoing, because recently I was able to reach out to many professors in some Nigerian universities who have heard about digital humanities, but are still not really clear about what digital humanities is about. And that was quite encouraging knowing that somehow they are hearing about digital humanities. It's just for us to explain for them how digital humanities fits into their academic research. We have other conferences and focus groups that show some of these digital humanities digital humanities research that show what digital humanities actually do and how what they are doing or what they are thinking about can actually, in a sense, be beneficial to those in the digital humanities group. Another aspect is aligning incentives that encourage collaboration. For instance, as a researcher in North America, why should I be interested in collaborating with someone in Africa? You should encourage such collaborations such that we can get to share knowledge and contribute significantly to the big data, so that what we find on the internet isn't just what some random person puts on it, but what academic scholars, digital humanities, people who have done thorough research and have arrived at reasonable finding have put them for us to access and add to our wealth of knowledge. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay, I'm going to present you a project that is an ongoing project. We have been working on this just for 8 months, so I'm going to start with this. The project is called Elabora, well, in Spanish it would be Elabora HD, and it's a project of digital experimentation that we actually got a grant from the university to develop this. The background was we started teaching a class about digital humanities and history last year for the students of third year of history, Bachelor in History. We wanted to know what was their knowledge of the devices, if they use their iPhones for research or just for fun, if they have a computer at home, and since when they have a computer or use internet access, etc. But we also wanted to know the knowledge they have about digital resources, primarily digital libraries, online publications, and another kind of content that was not actually going to the library, physically going to the library. So we also wanted to know what they were asked for their teachers to do as a final work, as a final presentation for each class. Pretty much all of them were used to not use their phones, even though they were they have internet access on their phone. They didn't use it for work, for scholar work. They didn't look a lot on internet archives or internet or online resources, and they have very little knowledge of databases, open journals, academic blogs, etc. And it's not their fault. We also wanted to know about open access and Creative Commons licenses. Pretty much they were opposed. They rejected the idea of use online content, digital content. That's also training. I mean, most of the professors don't like their students to use something on the internet because they seem like, well, it's Wikipedia, so it's not useful. But there's more. Some of them have never worked in groups before. They used to work individually in the different projects in all the projects they have. Some of them have worked in groups, but under the supervision of a professor, not because of their own willingness. They didn't want to use new tools. They didn't want to use databases. They didn't want to use text mining tools. They didn't want to use digital publishing. because they didn't know how to do it. So they feel like they didn't want to do it because they didn't feel able or capable to do so. And all of them were biased to publish with a Creative Commons license or even to publish in an open access journals, because they have been told that if it's online, they'll have the academic background, and if you don't have the academic background, it's not worth it to do all that work for nothing. We continue working a little bit in the university, and we also found out that the faculty had some of the same feelings that the students had. So some of the students have no knowledge of several of the tools we review in class. They maybe have heard that there was something called database, but they never actually seen one, even though they use the library catalog every day. They have no knowledge of that. What was that? Some of them had never heard of some of the tools we reviewed, and we didn't review like any complicated thing. We would review Scholar, we reviewed blogs, databases, like pretty basic tools. And we also know that some of the faculty members refuse to acknowledge these tools in their classes. They don't encourage students to go and look for something else. And also some of the professors didn't know how to use these tools. So we have a huge problem in our hands, because if the professor doesn't know how to use something, we cannot expect to teach them to teach the students. So that's the background we had. That's why we started creating, and we make the proposal for Elabora HD, because we also have some physical problems with the university. We have 4 laboratories with 15 to 25 computers each one. I said 15 to 25 because maybe not the 25 work all the time. But we have 11 departments in the Humanities faculty, 8,000 honorable students. So there are like too many students, too few laboratories for all of them. We also have the problem that if we are working in groups, we can handle up to 25 students each term or each year. We are only 2 people, we cannot teach to the 8,000 students we have. And even though we have art services, they are not allowed to work with the academic staff. So the IT is the IT, the academic is the academic, and if you need a mix, you have to actually work with them around on the table. Maybe they don't need to know. So they are willing to help you, but it's not like really open. They cannot go on. They cannot use the help they give to you in their CV, for example, the resume. So most of them don't do it. So we were starting just trying to make some divulgation of basic concepts of the humanities. Also trying to make to show what the Humanities Network in Mexico has been doing. Some of the conferences, the blog, the website, some professors from the network are actually work at the Faculty of Humanities. So there were work going on. Digital Humanities is now a research line, actually open and accepted and recognized, but there is no digital scholarship program. So you have researchers, but you don't train students to do research. When we tried, first we created a website with information and examples of basic tools. A catalog of tools that explain a little bit what's a database and how can you use it, which project has a database and how they use it. Catalog of resources they can use, online resources, pretty much humanities. We have a little bit of social sciences as well, not many. And some entries in the blog from our website to critique and to discuss and start a discussion about the humanities. We made an experiment this past summer with the students for the first year. About the generation of history is 275 students. We applied the questionnaires to 250 of them. And we were looking for this. knowledge and use of tools, knowledge and use of resources, devices, and they were in favor against the use of the internet in the classroom or in their education. So with the tools, most of them are the purple one is that they know they exist, and if they know if they use it, is a great one. Most of them have relatively good knowledge of several tools like Google Drive, Excel sheets, image processing, except but they don't use it as much, at least not for the academic of the school. Same thing happened with the elements they use for research, like encyclopedia, libraries, forums. They know a lot about them, but they don't use it, especially if there is like an online thing. They prefer to go to the library to actually look at a map and go to Google Maps and search for something. The devices, they have a lot of devices. I mean, they have laptops and video game consoles and computers and even some kind of smart watch maybe, but they don't use it for school. So, well, because also they don't know that they can use it for school or they are not interested. We didn't know that. The research places they use, most of them said that they use a public, the scholar library, but they actually admitted finally that they actually use internet for their primary research. The questionnaires were anonymous, so we don't know, but at least they acknowledge that, yeah, the first thing they research is the internet, and then they go to the library. And well, most of them were in favor of internet use for teaching and in the class, but there were some people who were against that, pretty much because they say, well, it's just copy-paste, and that copy-paste is plagiarism, and plagiarism involves some other very sketchy problems within the academic work. So the intentions of Laboratory were the divulgation of digital humanities in the development of academic projects. So there is quality, there is research, and there is an institution actually backing you up. The knowledge of different tools they can use for their own research and their own studies. Some methodologies, in this case, just relevant for history, because it's the department we're working with, but it's open and we are open to work with the other departments if they are willing to work with us. Because the interdisciplinary thing is also another sketch topic. We actually encourage the creation of original content and the creation of digital projects. Our students actually create all digital projects from the first year. Mainly blogs, but they were very, very well done blogs, and it was the first time they actually had to publish it online. Not just a paper, 10 pages paper. Nobody's going to read, so you have to train how to write for different public, how to write a blog, how to insert videos, pictures, etc. We also provide services. We do a little of everything: lectures, workshops, conferences, and consultancy. Because we're also trying to work with the professors. There are many professors who are doing research, but they don't know how to do a digital project. So we also have, if they are willing to work with us, we help them to try to develop something that is not completely analog or and in between. We achieved actually a lot in these 8 months, which I'm very proud of. We include the seminar, now it's a permanent seminar in the Department of History. So we are going on until we retire, which is good. We actually included the IT services in the academic projects. Now they're recognized and they can work with us if they have time. The recognition from the Humanities project and the recognition of the direction of the faculty. Now the director is looking for some more people doing this. Maybe it doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually was a lot, especially in such a short time. But we still have, as you can see, a lot of things to do, especially the creation of a digital scholarship program or something that works together with the traditional humanities different classes on different departments. So thank you, and if you can go to the website to look at it, we actually would love your feedback. Okay. Thanks.
Would everybody please come to the table for some questions? We have like about 5 to 10 minutes, something like that.
John, I was hoping you could follow up on what some of those model partnerships might look like. That was, we were left hanging with your presentation, so.
Yeah, sorry about the rushed and incomplete presentation. I was inattentive to the difference between panel and paper presentations, so I went in thinking I had a bit more time. So yeah, I just had some kind of back of the napkin recommendations for how to model these sorts of partnerships. And I actually think we could probably come up with a richer set of criteria just by examining some of the projects that we've seen on display here at the forum. But these are just briefly, number one, partner institutions should have equal ownership of project resources and equal control of editorial decisions independently of their respective ability to procure funding. Number two, partner institutions should have equal access to results and outcomes. Number three, institutions have the duty to enable and promote project-based research of their counterparts, especially when these colleagues are at a digital disadvantage. And finally, institutions should avoid funding sources which may compromise partiality or unduly influence project aims. So, no U.S. aid. Thanks, Molly.
More questions?
Around the Wernimont case, really fascinating, and
and one of the things, Merrier, thanks to the entire panel for the presentations. They were all really enlightening. The question I had is for Merrier, and around the notion of doing these surveys around digital literacy on individual campuses, and we've had these discussions before as well. That in my undergraduate classes, it's always startling to see actually how little, despite the fact that we have this discourse around digital natives and digital literacy, et cetera, and generation digital. How actually little, where that scale of digital literacy actually lies, and you ask about, digital publishing or blogging, like in the classroom with 40 items, never get a hand gets raised. And it seems actually that this strategy of doing some kind of diagnostic around what actual digital literacy quote unquote looks like. I mean, we know that all of our students are deeply commercially digitally literate, like they're active on maybe Twitter or Facebook or whatever, but not necessarily, or Snapchat, etc., but not necessarily digitally literate when it comes to using scholarly platforms or academic digital resources, etc. And it seems actually that partly what this kind of digital survey does or enables is actually builds an argument for why more DH-ish kinds of resources, and the case study of Wernimont looks like it's successful, like step by step. So could you give a little bit more background on the execution of the survey and maybe how, how to get the respondents, how respondents work?
Well, we actually had this summer, we had a class, like a 4-hour training for the students of first year. So after 4 hours, which included something like where are the bathrooms in the building, to all how the library covers everything in 4 hours. So by the end of the session, we gave the questionnaires, actually by hand, because we tried to do like a Google Docs survey monkey, but it was like, what? So we had to actually print the questionnaires and we gave it from hand, explain to them that we didn't want their names, we didn't want anything, just an honest answer. And then we have a couple of students that are working for us, emptying the data to be analyzed. The response was really reluctant. They actually didn't want to to talk freely or to write answer freely, so we had to leave the rooms and say, okay, we will be back, and sometimes just leave it there and we come back. So they're really young, they're like 18 years old, 17 years old, so they were like, I don't want the teacher to know that I use internet every day, all day. But they, with the older students, we also had a chance to interview the students from the second and third year. And they actually have been told not to do it, not to use these tools by their professors. So they are willing to, they're reluctant to admit that they do, but they didn't want to. They have been told not to do it, so it's complicated.
Thank you all. Is this on? Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you all for a great panel. I wonder if folks have any thoughts. We heard earlier from Kim and from TK about ways that we in the Academy can sort of offer resources to assist communities that we're engaging with, right? So that the sort of how can we help you? And I guess I wonder for scholars who are working in the Global South or in spaces where they have connection, but it's not as robust, or even, I mean, right, MIT is pretty robust, but we're talking about a very different media type, right? What are the ways that those of us who have some privilege and access can help?
I'm certainly not an expert on this, but in the Cuban context, it's particularly tricky because it's very difficult to help non-state actors in any way that's legal, as far as providing them resources and technology, and that's kind of where Alan Gross got into trouble. Even if he wasn't working for USAID and had some kind of agenda associated with the US government, he was providing technology to a group that is not recognized by the Cuban government, therefore it was kind of on unsteady ground. And so that limits, I think, what we can do in terms of supporting grassroots organizations in Cuba. However, more and more these organizations now have I guess, geographically independent ways of procuring funding. So you don't necessarily have to provide them with technology. They themselves have access to platforms that are everywhere and nowhere, you know, like WordPress and so forth. And so a lot of these groups go out and find their own funding. What I have in mind has to do more with, I guess, you know, official or formal partnerships with parts of the Cuban government. And maybe there's a part of the Cuban government that's a cultural institution there. It's a government organization. And there again, I think the archive we saw in yesterday's keynote at UT is interesting. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the speaker's name.
TK.
TK? Okay. She said that that they basically do what the partner groups ask them to do, and you know that's a good place to start. You know, I know sometimes institutionally we're limited in terms of what we can do with our funding, and we're also ethically limited. But you know, as long as it doesn't cross any of those boundaries, you know, do what they want to do.
I think this is an awesome question, and I actually think open source is a pretty interesting domain to apply it to, largely because it's very tempting to think of open source software as providing its own model of reciprocity when you're doing research that touches upon it. But I think, you know, the presentation on DH interfaces with scholars in Africa raises a lot of issues about access and deeply embedded assumptions into what is digital, what is software, what can collaboration look like. And so I think in the case of the open source world, you know, there's a lot of sense that like, oh, it's reciprocity if I just give back to this media project, but really by adding features to it or whatever and checking them into something like GitHub. But what really needs to happen more than more features getting added to a project is to expand the access and critique the platform through which collaboration happens. So sometimes it's not, I think maybe the insight here from the open source world is it's often not about sharing a resource, but sharing access to the ability to contribute to that resource and modify it for your own purposes.
Any more questions? All right, I guess we can take,
I just have a quick question for Andy. I was just curious what you meant by the politics of a platform. Thank you. So for Andy, what do you mean by the politics of a platform, and how much of, I mean, you're talking at code level, and then are you looking at the technological affordances and capabilities, or what do you actually mean?
Sure. Yeah, I apologize for not giving more concrete examples. I start using the term platform politics, derived partly from Paul Kaplan's use, which it talks about connections and kind of tracing the paths that go through software and hardware objects to form a sensory experience. A little more concretely, I think constraints and affordances is a really important way of framing this. And then in terms of who are the political agents at play in platform politics, I think the case of like using an iPad as a platform for a musical work, you're allowing Apple to have a very big say in kind of what their definition of a listener is, what their definition of music is. In the case of these audio works, the iOS is pretty accommodating to a lot of different things you want to do, but at the end of the day, in terms of if you want multiple applications to be interfacing with each other in a way that your idea of multi-voice music might rely on, then that's something that's not allowed by the platform because it's inconvenient to kind of the ownership they want to have of a kind of single channel audio streams. So hopefully it's a little less abstract. Thank you for your question.
all right, well, thank you very much to all of our speakers. And I think we're only going to set up for Anita's talk, and then we'll substitute to that, I guess. But maybe a minute to stretch ourselves. Oh my God. Is there anything else we need to do? It's Brian. Oh, right. Yeah. These Chinese before clothes that are so can't capture it. So I offered a Rossi Digital. She changed her title. Sitting I could fit in the car.
The opportunity. That's okay. Just so that I can really with me with my cookies. Okay. I didn't check any of these except for that. If you want to make this because of this. Sugar. Yeah. I know. Yeah, I don't think he's good at checking. Probably I'll double check. I mean, I think it's right. Yeah, you don't know this. Yeah. Okay. This. Yeah, I think you're fine. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. I know we're running a few minutes late, so I'm not going to take up much time, but I just want to say a couple of words. So really, the only thing I can say at the moment is wow, this has been great. Thank you all for coming. These 3 days have gone really quickly. I'm exhausted, but it's gone so quickly, and the content's been so great that it kind of feels sort of sudden that we're already at the end here. It's great to see so many people staying for 8 hours the whole day on a beautiful Saturday. This has been everything we could have expected and more, so I'm really happy with everything. It's clear there's been a lot of energy in the room, not just in the wires on the chairs, but just among participants. I think it's been really nice to get a chance to spend a day in the same room with people with aligned ideas. I liked how the threads of the papers fed into each other and responded to each other. So I hope that in addition to that, in addition to just sharing these ideas, that maybe people have made some connections, or maybe the first part of potential partnerships or collaborations. I think Kim suggested, and some of us have been talking about, that really it would be great if something concrete could come out of this at some point. I'm not sure what it might be, a white paper, a manifesto, some kind of document that just pulls together some of the issues and themes that have been identified and shared here. So if people are interested in that, keep it in mind and maybe touch base after this last talk or after you get home, you can kind of communicate about that. Let's see, I also want to thank just the Hall Center for hosting us here, and a big shout out to the Hall Center staff, Nick and Andrew and Sally, who came in on a Saturday to help make things run smoothly. So thank you to all of them. And finally, just a thank you to all of the presenters, workshop instructors, poster presenters, and the participants for just being here and for sharing all of your fantastic work. It's been great. So I want to give all of us a hand as well. But we're not quite finished yet, so we have one more talk. And to introduce our closing speaker, I'd like to bring our colleague, Magali Rabasa from the Department of Spanish and Portuguese here to introduce Anita.
Thank you, everybody. So it's a real honor to introduce Dr. Anita Dettman, our closing keynote speaker today. As you know, she is Assistant Research Professor of Communications in the Department of Media and Cinema Studies and at the Institute of Communications Research in the College of Media at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. She's currently this year a 2015-2016 Faculty Fellow with the Illinois Program for Research in the Humanities. She received her PhD from the MIT Doctoral Program in History, Anthropology, and Science and Technology and Society, and has held postdoctoral fellowships at the CUNY Graduate Center as well as at Stanford. Her research has been supported numerous awards, has supported by numerous awards, including awards from the National Science Foundation and Columbia Law's Center for the Study of Law and Culture. She's a scholar of science and technology studies, and her research explores digital cultures and innovation networks in relation to globalization, problematized, and peripheries, also problematized, in Latin America specifically. Her first book, entitled Networking Peripheries, was published in 2014 by MIT Press. And I was really thrilled to find some reviews by some of my favorite STS scholars. Chris Kelty from UCLA, the author of 2 Bits, says, quote, "Networking Peripheries is that rare book that captures the integration of the necessary particularity of life and the universalizing pressures of global technology, finance, and politics." While McGill professor Bella Coleman, the author of Coding Freedom, says, quote, "Digital media is all too often cast in terms of the contemporary moment, a set of technologies that will usher us into a better future." Chan questions this negative framing by insisting that these narratives, or these initiatives rather, are part of a longer utopian enlightenment and colonial drive. Networking Peripheries, in her work more broadly, is an ethnography of info and communication technologies in Peru, but it's also a really exceptional demonstration of the deeply critical and creative potential of transdisciplinary approaches to the study of technology and networks. And what's perhaps most exciting about Anita's work is the way that she bridges these themes, which are widely studied, with really insightful analysis of the uneven and enduring effects of colonialism in the globalized world. Riffing on Dipesh Chakrabarty, who she cites, I think it could be said that Anita's research provincializes Silicon Valley in really exciting ways by decentering the US in the conversations that we have about technology and communication. Her talk today builds on the research that I just described. She changed her title, so I will let her present it. And so I just would like to ask you to join me in welcoming her to campus.
Thank you all, Magdi, for that lovely introduction, and thanks all for staying with us this afternoon. Thanks especially to my members of the room, Ortega, and the entire team here at the IDRH for organizing this year's conference. The talks today have all been quite inspiring and exceptional and energizing. It's a bit daunting to come at the very end of them all, but I hope I can do them their due justice. So yes, indeed, the title of my talk has changed slightly from the original. But I'm going to be talking today about history and digital production, and indeed drawing from some research I undertook in my first book, which echoed many of the concerns that I think have been expressed here today about the role of interdisciplinary projects like DH, its relationship to the work of extending and undoing emerging digital hierarchies, and contending with the politics of what I call in the book digital universalism, that problematically assumes that the single digital future awaits us all, which is indeed a deeply exclusionary vision, not least of which when it's presumed that that future is best stewarded by certain classes of Western white technology experts, whether based in Silicon Valley or other dominant centers of tech innovation. And I'll be drawing from my work as an ethnographer to digital cultures in contemporary Peru, which you find taking shape in everything from the growth of hack labs in both rural and urban communities across the nation, to government programs tied to information society development. Programs, for instance, such as this one, which hopefully some of us may recognize, Peru's One Laptop per Child program, launched in partnership with MIT University, and that became the largest deployment site of OLPC worldwide. I'll be getting back to this project later on in the talk, but more generally, I want to explore 2 general themes in this talk today. First, how the digital might be developing in ways now that operate in tension with historical consciousness, and what this has to do with projects and programs like OLPC. And secondly, how work against such developments might be growing most quickly in some pretty new and surprising places that might be said to parallel the work of alternative DH spaces. Now, that first observation, that the digital might be developing in ways that run counter to historical consciousness, actually sort of cuts against what's becoming an increasingly popular assumption in many IT circles today. That assumption being that the larger the pools of data we can collect, the closer we can get to some true index of total reality. Big data scientists, for instance, like Victor Meyer-Schoenberger, have been reputed for stating that an asset of big data collection is that it allows data to simply be observed rather than interpreted. Observed rather than interpreted. In other words, while small data sets require messy interpretation in order for their meaning to be extracted, big data sets can simply speak their truth more purely, freed now of the need for some flawed and messy human interpretation. Even principal scientists, notably from Microsoft Research, like Kate Crawford and Dana Boyd, have written about the growth of such positions that is like Victor Management workers, and how we're watching the spread of a kind of mythology around big data that mistakenly holds that, quote, with more data comes greater accuracy and truth. Now, on one hand, this assumption and myth forgets that the work of creating data categories in and of itself is never free from bias. And that what counts as big data one year is almost always said to be small anyway the following year. But on the other hand, it's not hard to recognize the promise of digital data. When it's become obviously clear how incredibly productive we've become as both users and producers. In a single minute, we're now set to generate more than 4 million Google searches, over 3.3 million Facebook posts, and over 340,000 tweets. Just in the realm of photography alone, for instance, without a doubt, a defining form of cultural memory, it said that we produce more in just 2 minutes, more than the entire 19th century's worth of photo archive, which is a lot. The Library of Congress now does have some 14 million analog photos in its holdings, and of course, you're bound to see at least some examples of that in today's talks. Yet companies like Facebook house photo repositories that are 10,000 times as large. 10,000 times as large as the Library of Congress's 14 million. And while even before the age of digital photography, collecting institutions were already becoming overwhelmed by the volume of media that needed to be processed and clearly leaving much to be desired in the work of what they did do, it's evident that the volume of work for such potential processing now has multiplied many, many times over. So there's no question that on the individual user level, we're uptaking, uploading, sharing, and swapping more digital content than ever, and doing so for the better part on commercial platforms like Instagram or Facebook that are designed for such inventory creating and content sharing functions. But you don't need to undertake any prolonged analysis to recognize that all this content creating hasn't necessarily amounted to better memory or contextualization of such content. Uploading content made it easier than ever, but remembering that upload, what its content actually was, and why it was uploaded to begin with can be incredibly difficult. Even status updates from yesterday can become a fast blur, and forget about last week. Now, as a side note, just to be fair, Facebook did recently launch a tool on this day tool as a memory notification tool, which took some 2 years of attempts to develop. And part of its delay that it took 2 long years to develop was that it had to work and take various precautions to deliberately filter out bad or painful memories for users. Valentine's Day, for instance, is reportedly treated especially carefully. And arguably, it could be said to function more as a forgetting and devisualization device than as a memory-making one, which is something that you also don't hear too much about in all the hype over digital openness now online. In other words, Facebook and social media may be great at allowing us to platform digital content that we create. They do a lot of work at inventory making devices and for documenting and platforming presence and making us hyper-conscious of a certain now, in other words. In fact, it's clear that they allow us to document the presence at scales, of course, never before heard of. But as memory devices that allow us to read the present, perhaps critically, against either a near or distant past, or as platforms that facilitate a recollection and analysis of that past, particularly when it means wading through everything from the deep present, or asking us to do something other than manage our memories, they seem to leave much to be desired. Jeffrey Schnapp, the founder of the Stanford Humanities Lab and Harvard's Meta Lab, reminds his audiences that the problem is not just one that impacts individual users at individual age, but indeed, of course, also affects larger archiving institutions, museums, libraries, national archives, that are entrusted with preserving and showcasing historical archives so that publics are able to come into conversation with the past. These institutions, too, which Schnapp underscores, are faced with problems of rapidly growing material inventories that are becoming harder and harder to share and make accessible to growing publics. As Schnapp states, quote, the problem knowledge institutions face today is not just one about space and resources. And the solution is not just digitizing everything, because the whole early history of major digitization efforts has shown us over and over again that digitization in and of itself doesn't really accomplish anything fundamentally in terms of access. The real question, Schnapp continues, is how do we make that corpora that matter to a given community accessible in meaningful ways now that we're moving from big to titanic collections? How do we live and tell stories and create histories about and with such enormous collections, especially given that cognitively speaking, humans are better equipped to deal with the small rather than large sets of objects, end quote. Schnapp, in other words, underscores a kind of contradiction with visual's relationship to making and sharing history, and he asks us to consider what happens to shared social memory and history in a context where accelerating digitization doesn't necessarily operate toward the development of historical consciousness. And I would add that there's added complication to consider when it comes to making and sharing from post-colonial contexts. If we follow the observations of decolonial Latin American scholars like Walter Vignolo, books like Global History, Global Designs, we're reminded how large, arguably in terms of numbers and the large sectors of global societies have been systematically excluded from official history making. Given this, how is it that digitization can come to exacerbate or reproduce rather than work against an extension of what Vignolo's called the coloniality of knowledge? How, in other words, given the masses of data that seem to arise from global publics, could it be that the digital works of silence? And how might it be engaged to address the problems of what centuries worth of colonial politics have already designated as silence classes and broad peoples without histories? Here's me elaborating a little bit more on the concept. Quote, the coloniality of knowledge managed to make us believe that there are people without history, and people without history are inferior beings that needed to be civilized. Such arguments served past 500 years to legitimate every process of appropriation, expropriation, and exploitation. But the fact that history is a Western concept doesn't mean that Western civilization was the only civilization able to keep records of the past. Indeed, every known culture and civilization came up with a technology for recording the past, end quote. The problem then that Vignolo underscores being that those histories remained erased or censored from the official record, with the issue perhaps now being how to make such records speak and be audible, even when the message they seek to deliver, as Kim Christian Whitty reminds us, is simply that I do not grant permission to be recorded. For the next section of my talk, I want to explore one space where I argue we can see this ambivalent dynamic around the digital and historical consciousness unfolding. And this is just a screenshot of a key educational technology forum, the 2014 Virtual Educa conference that was hosted this year in Lima, Peru, in 2014, I should say, in Lima, Peru, and held in Peru's Ministry of Culture. It was organized by the Organization of American States in collaboration with the regional government ministries, and a notable array of corporate sponsors, including Intel, HP, Google, Microsoft, Telefonica, and Oracle, amongst others. And indeed, the event filled the multi-story building of Peru's Ministry of Culture with elaborate demo areas and tech industry showcases featuring the latest in their lineup of education-oriented products. Everything from digital tablets to classrooms in the cloud, Google's specialty intriguingly proposed for provincial and urban schools alike across Latin America, where in Peru, overwhelmingly across the country, a lot of these schools are operating, of course, day-to-day and offline. Other corridors also featured robot kit vendors, digital encyclopedias, and row after row of interactive touchscreen blackboards. Now, just for some background, not for just for the background, that is. Those of us who are following developments of in and around global education technology in recent years, for sure they've been growing rapidly all across Latin America. A whole range of nations, 17 at least documented in the region as of the end of 2012 alone, according to this International Development Bank report, had launched large-scale ICT for education programs, which generally intended to connect rural and urban populations into global circuits of exchange. Many such plans had their roots in prominent engineering institutions and companies in the West, and many of us might remember projects, of course, like the MIT-launched One Laptop per Child project, which made its flashy debut at the 2005 World's Information Society Summit, with Nicholas Negroponte, the founder of MIT's Media Lab, demoing what was intended to be the first laptop designed for the world's poor. That was back in 2005. By 2009, Peru would extend nationwide deployments of OLPC to become the largest national partner with the project, putting nearly 1 million EXO laptops into rural and urban circulation across the country. All of which added up to, by conservative estimates, at least some $82 million in national expenditures from Peru's Ministry of Education. And this is just a photo of Oscar Becerra, who was then heading up on the Peruvian deployment of OLPC within the Ministry of Education. With Merrier Jepsen, OLPC's CTO, this is in 2008, literally just, it already had pretty significant scales of OLPC of EXO laptops distributed throughout the nation, but you can see this is literally just before the 2009 kind of national when they scaled up to almost 900,000, almost 1 million computers in circulation. And it's been sites then like Virtual Luca that have been key spaces for the ideas of global engineers and designers, including some of the IT world's most elite players, can come into conversation with designers and implementers of national education policies. Also in attendance in Virtual Luca in 2014, for instance, were literally thousands of public school teachers who have been brought in from the rural provinces of Peru, including from the regions in the remote jungle and high Andes for the event, to treat as well some of the amendments and affordances that the conference's alliances could bring forth, as well as to attend talks given by other corporate sponsors and government officials in attendance. This was indeed to fulfill a key part of Virtual Luca's mission. Established in 2000 to foster multilateral cooperation in education, the Virtual Luca initiative is one that the OAS's Secretaria declared was founded to, quote, create new forms of accessing and exchanging information about the technological revolution we're living in now, to establish relationships of cooperation between the educational institutions and the private and public sectors, end quote. Some 7 years following, various regional government heads could be seen affirming this message, with government representatives, including Argentina's Minister of Education, Juan Carlos Desto, declaring in the 2008 Virtual Luca conference in Sarasota that, quote, we are aware that this form of Virtual Luca has become the Ibero-American event of greatest importance on this topic in discussions and articulations around information and communication technologies and education, end quote. Now there's a lot of overblown promise here, not only around technology alone, but also around what this particular social technical infrastructure, socio-technological infrastructure that is, might bring forth. And anthropologists for sure have been curious about how these kinds of overblown promises and hype operate in contemporary innovation sectors. Karsak Sundararajan has studied hype, for instance, in biotechnology sectors, and in his recent book, Biocapital, he argues how, quote, one can understand emergent biotechnologies such as genomics, which is his sort of topic of exploration, only by simultaneously analyzing the market frameworks, that is, marketing discourse, hype, and hope within which they emerge, end quote. For him, such marketing technologies create powerful cultural conditions that are designed to reorder space. As he writes, quote, hype is a game constantly played in the future to generate the present that enables the future. As it turns out, academics are not the only ones interested in hype. Turns out too that business analysts and industry think tanks have been invested in studying hype as well. Probably the most widely cited, watched, and followed study within technology on hype is Gartner's Hype Cycle Report, which has been evaluating market promotion and perceptions for over 20 years, and which in 2014 did so for some 2,000 technologies. When the report was released in late summer, this is one of the business news articles, an article from Forbes that accompanied it, reporting on how the Internet of Things had now just topped big data as the most hyped technology. This funny visual, though, is part of what many look to the report for, and what arguably the report is most noted and famous for, which is Gartner's hype cycle graph, essentially a representation of the life cycle stages projected for emerging technologies from conception to maturity. Gartner maps out 5 stages for technological development. Stage 1, the technology trigger phase. Stage 2, the peak of inflated expectation. Stage 3, the trough of disillusionment. That's that zip you see there. Stage 4, the slope of enlightenment, and stage 5, the plateau of productivity. And you definitely gotta hand it to Gartner for their use of alliteration. And yet it's no accident that such literary allusions are being made. As Gartner says, quote, this report tells a story of how technologies, services, and strategies evolve from market hype and excitement of value to becoming a mainstream part of IT and business, end quote. And it maps in emerging technologies from the Internet of Things to things like gamification along this narrative path and projected trajectory, a process that we're told can take anywhere from 5 to 10 or slightly more years. And perhaps what's interesting about this narrative from a critical culturalist perspective is that, and a critical DH perspective, is that it actually acknowledges the stage of overpromise, of overinflated expectations, of overvisibility, and the peak of inflated expectations, to the point of that of producing an inevitable deflation, and the dreaded trough of disillusionment, and a fall into that. But not to worry, over time, a process of maturation is supposed to occur, and we're promised not only a slope of enlightenment that will follow, but a plateau of productivity as well. Sundararajan also brings our attention to this temporal function and its game-like character that hype has to overtly oversell the future in order to generate the present to be ready for its making. And I want to suggest that one other crucial turn appears to be occurring here, one that's less about generativity than about erasure, cancellation, and wiping the record. And I think we can ask if the process that height depends on is not just about an overt overselling of the future, but also calls for an explicit devisibilization or cleansing of the past. There's no attempt, for instance, in this forward movement at recollection or evaluation of the past. There's no folding back over to consider or acknowledge a particular technology's relationship to past projects or deployments. It's just a discrete object moving forward on the slope towards eventual enlightenment, just a forward progression towards an eventual future of productivity. And indeed, we may see many projections and performances of the future here. But what we don't see, and what's explicitly missing from all these elaborate investments and stagings, is history, whether around technologies or around local and national contexts. We don't see any reference to past experiments in teaching machines, whether they were other university-launched EdTech initiatives like the Plato Digital Computing Project, launched in the University of Illinois in the 1960s, or the teaching and testing aids that were patented by the Harvard psychologist B.F. Skinner that created considerable public buzz, but also concern in the US in the 1950s and 1960s around the question, as news headlines more at the time, of whether robots will teach our children. Education historian Rudy Benjamin covers actually how patents for teaching machines date back to at least the 1920s in the US, and how they were frequently framed as promising to revolutionize education even back then. None of them are around with us still, of course, but the selling of revolutionary teaching machines and the promise is far from a new thing. Neither at the virtual ELUCA conference was there any mention of the fact that Peru had indeed a fairly long record, more than 15 years of national deployments around digital education projects that included the prominent Plan Huascarán project, launched in 2001, of course that predated OLPC by over a decade, that promised to network rural and urban classrooms alike. And perhaps most surprisingly, at Lima's 2014 virtual ELUCA conference, there wasn't even a direct address of Plan Huascarán. Sorry, of OLPC, besides of OLPC, the $82 million experiment that the nation had run since 2007, and that had distributed nearly 1 million laptops across the nation, including into the classrooms of many of the teachers present at the virtual ELUCA conference that year. Instead, the conference was used to announce to teachers in the packed auditorium that we see to the right here, that a new national EdTech project would shortly be deployed, now structured around Intel Corporation's Classmate computer, which was prominently visible and available for conference goers to sample and demo. And here's a message they hear later from IT corporate reps like Matthias of Silicon Valley's HP, speaking to a literally standing room only audience of proven public school teachers. And he explained the company's own view on the contemporary challenges of educators in the digital age, saying, quote, "We've worked in many countries, we've collaborated in many countries. And one of the challenges we've seen is that the education system in which we all participate today is a system that's now obsolete. It's not a system that generates talent. It's not a system for personalized education. But here's the news I'm here to deliver to you. We're here to help you. We're here to help support you in this process of technological adoption and practice. HP turned 75 this year as one of the world's leaders in technology. And all this experience we bring and make available to you to change lives and today to prepare for a better future, so count on us in this transformation." Such language and its calls to local workers to erase their past is without a doubt part of the coloniality of knowledge that we know references. But here, such language gets deployed to actually cancel out worker histories rather than simply assert that it never existed at all. There's a lot more to say about that, but in the interest of time, and also to close with the last part of my talk, I want to mention that those kinds of universalist sermons that we were hearing are not and have not been without their local contexts. There have always been, in fact, since the deployment of digital EdTech initiatives in Peru began, ways that local actors have pushed back, including in projects such as this one we see here to the right around translation hackathon being held in the Square Lab Hack Lab. That are organized by rural and urban educators themselves, and that leverage their own ties to local communities, indigenous language activists, and regional media activists, and even sometimes prominent free software activists like Lexi Lin and Bernie Vicente of Google, who we see there sort of in the mix and amongst those, that pool of photos that the hackathon participants were all pulling together. We all see here again working together in some hybridized version of a hackathon event in Lima Peru's Escuela Hackathon space, where the goal here was to produce a Quechua and Aymara translation of education-oriented free software applications for educational deployments. The Fab Lab at Lima's Texas University is another urban hack lab space, and like similar kinds of maker spaces in the country, it indeed links itself to histories of hack clubs and open learning networks, including ones like the Homebrew and Technology Railroad Club from MIT that have quite a bit of weight in Western hacker lore and history as open learning spaces that were student-founded. But these sites also see themselves as linked to other local histories, heritages, and traditions around technology. Here, for instance, is a page published by Texto Fab Lab's Michael Otero, who got to attend an annual Fab Lab Academy with other global participants of the international network of Fab Labs. It's one of the kinds of benefits of being part of the official Fab network is that you attend the Fab Lab Academy that's organized annually. And here what you see is this online workspace where you can see him sharing his application of a computer-controlled cutting tool that's common amongst many fabrication labs, which he used to design a blueprint and cut out of a laser trace alpaca. And the trick with computer cutting tools, control cutting tools, even if you've entered one of these Fab Lab worker spaces before with a laser cutter, is to try and come up with these relatively complex designs, but ones that economize your use of primary material. In this case, a wood board. And you can see that Ortelo done that pretty well here. And he specifies though to his audience, who in this case again are largely other young global designers linked together through the MIT Launch Fab Lab Academy, that he draws his design inspiration from his own history and heritage. And this is a photo of his grandparents, who he writes have been alpaca farmers for their entire lives. And he describes how they maintain a technique practiced by indigenous populations in southern Andes around alpaca breeding, specifically Surrey alpaca breeding, which he also specifies in support of the survival and the maintenance of populations of Quechua and Aymara peoples in the Puno region for centuries. You'll see hackathons being organized in the rural Andes by indigenous actors and language activists like Irma Alvarez and Ira Kupakati, who indeed brought together a mixed group of self-identified geeks and hackers from Barcelona, La Paz, and Lima, media activists from Cordoba and Quito, indigenous language activists from across the Andes, and rural teachers from Puno's own local towns. So actors, in other words, working across really varied cultural, geographic, and disciplinary differences, who are in this case being brought together to develop again what they hope to be the first software interface of Aymara and Quechua for national laptop deployments in Peru. You could argue that by calling the event a hackathon, they link their work and their world with the kinds of hackathon practices being developed in Western engineering schools and leading IT companies, where midnight hackathons are usually performed as a means of expressing design power and engineering prowess. But they see themselves and their approaches to the digital as informed at least as much and arguably much more by other elements. The histories of indigenous educators and vanguard movements from Peru, like that famously represented in the indigenous journal Malta, edited by the person often recognized to be the founder of Latin American Marxism, Jose Carlos Miguel. They also link themselves to figures like Manuel Camacho, who we see here in the lower left and the lower right, who led a movement for clandestine schools in the rural Andes in Puno to make classes available in Aymara to Aymara populations, and had to do so at night at the time by candlelight for risk of being jailed in 1904. They link their work as well to vanguard projects at the turn of the century, like the Warisata Aymara School that was founded in the Bolivian Andes, that developed a public school model run by local communities and supporting indigenous production techniques, whether around agriculture, weaving technologies, and ceramics production, that indeed involved regional collaborations, that is, regional global collaborations between Peruvian and Bolivian educators and indigenous leaders at the time. Hackathon in Puno, then, like many others organized by such intercultural technologists, also notably began with a cocoa leaf ceremony, a despacho, led by one of the participants, Francisco Angel Rodriguez, a native Aymara speaker and retired public school teacher from the nearby town of Acro. Such ceremonies involve a ritualized prayer in Aymara, an offering to the Pachamama and the Apus, and a collective invitation to the group to draw their shares from a mound of cocoa leaves that remain in the center of the table for the rest of the activity. Now, there's been much that's written about the ceremony, this despacho, but what's key to keep in mind is how in the Andean world, such ceremonies are understood to place actors in dialogue with the natural world spirits, with powerful forces not entirely controlled by humans, not even Silicon Valley engineers, but with which we are all in routine dialogue with on a daily basis. Such events can have powerful resonances for actors and can indeed be sites from which to imagine and craft other possible futures around technology, digital collaboration, and other forms of global connection. And although the three neighbor sites I just outlined here today are quite distinct, what they might be said to share is a certain practice of what Walter McDonald describes as a movement towards a decolonization of knowledge. In other words, in contrast to actions that extend the coloniality of knowledge and that aim to only authorize a single official history, these spaces work in defense of the countless global memories that have been silenced in the process. As Miller writes, describes such other projects, quote, anchored in the particular local memories, they contribute to building a polycentric world of the future, multiply the options to our global futures, and prevent the dangers of a single story around civilization or development emerging. They likewise represents attempts at moving beyond our disciplinary boxes that feminist DH scholar Tara McPherson has called for as needed if we are indeed to confront the strategies of modularity and modularization that neoliberalized management systems have used to segment knowledge workers, and what she calls in her Why Did the Digital Humanities So White, what she calls a cutout and separate mentality used in the name of optimizing production within knowledge systems and university systems. Such experimental, culturally hybrid civic spaces nonetheless have to contend with the ever-renewed pronouncements and expanded architectures of global investment that intend to universalize their own version of a digital future. And so in closing, I thought I might ask to also echo DH scholar Isabel Valina of Mexico has read Red de Humanidades Digitales, what new strategies we too might quickly imagine to catalyze and support new conversations across geographic and language divides, and engage forms of local memory that indeed risk being silenced within the widening sea of the deep digital prison.
I was wondering, could you talk more about maybe how, well, first I really appreciated your talk and a lot of questions. But could you talk a little bit more maybe about how, other than being sort of erased in that discursive construction of the certain now by the HP exec, Matias Matias, I think how the one last talk per child maybe resurrects itself, or maybe possibly is appropriated in these hackathons, or sort of these other efforts to tie maybe the Fab Labs together in that national space.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an ambivalent object, right? I mean, it is one that's where the kind of dominant framing was controlled primarily by MIT elite and MIT engineers. I mean, certain kinds of portions of that leadership. Of course, like even the OLPC development network would have considered itself to be somewhat fragmented and distributed, and actually you saw some members of even the OLPC development network from MIT crossing over and really trying to kind of build out distinct kinds of collaborations from the ground up, even when they knew that their leaders of the project were taking years to go out to local sites of development, especially ones that were far outside capital cities. So maybe you would see eventually a vendor or Nicholas Eggerpont, arrive in a capital city, but literally to get out to Puno, it was years. And I can tell you as well that when some of those engineering heads arrived in some of the provinces, they were so outside of their own cultural context and had been so detached from local deployments that they arrived in provinces and in towns trying to pay for certain kinds of resources with credit cards. It was definitely a kind of a real, I mean, this is years into the project. This is in 2010, and we've been in the country since 2007, right? So definitely a kind of fragmented, but this is not to paint all of the engineers that had been involved, all the designers and involved as being part of that same kind of dominant ethos. The problem was that that same ethos was transferred and sort of echoed as well by some key figures within the Ministry of Education. And that was then the kind of, that if you can if you have a perfectly designed laptop, and the laptop was never framed as being in a kind of permanent state, right? That it was kind of an experimental tool, that it was open architecture, and still going through lots of phases of fast development. Not everything was stable, not everything that was promised actually worked. The things that worked, like that, power hand crank, didn't actually, I mean, it worked to the extent that yes, if you churned it, you could generate power, but you had to churn it for literally an hour to get a power's worth of use out, which was like, what kids? So, right. But in terms of that, but given as well, it's kind of open architecture. I mean, there for sure were all kinds of inactive networks of free software producers across Latin America, that have been visible and pressing for, say, legislative change since the early 2000s. You saw quite a lot of excitement when OLPC first arrived that there might be a chance as well for that kind of community interface to actually articulate itself as a kind of defining some of the kind of defining principles around how the deployment would occur. It never actually unfolded in that way, but that hope remained persistent. I would say, through the end, you can still see teachers actually working with the laptop and really trying to come up with some intercultural, intertechnological, I would say, projects around what that laptop could do in terms of digital education in an Indian context, in rural context, in multilingual context. And so for sure, what you saw with language activists as well, sort of taking out in collaboration with some of those free software networks. Escuela is a site, where you see lots of different kinds of projects, cultural projects being hosted, where lots of, media activists, language activists kind of come into the space, and like lots of these maker spaces can kind of host their own project and sort of see who's attracted and who comes on. The language activists have been really, they have been involved in other kinds of software translation projects, and then took it upon themselves to really start to organize clusters. Not easy work by any means, under which some of these translation projects would occur, hoping that because of these kinds of these synergies that were happening across urban and rural divides and hack lab spaces, but also I think really crucially because of the global visibility and the global presence of the One Laptop per Child project, that they might actually not just be able to kind of come up with a fork, something that said and did something different, but also that it might be able to resonate up. In other words, to issue a kind of micro critique, but also open the door for a different kind of possibility around what this could look like if we just stave off the kind of government framing, Nicholas and Conti-esque kinds of framings for a little while. They for sure were able to forge out all kinds of different global relations, and the hopefulness of that, I think, is partly why we see a kind of continuum of still, organizing in rural fronts and then in urban fronts as well, like Display Labs, Hack Lab Space in Lima. But for sure, it's a fraught object, and I think partly what the kind of ambivalence too around this kind of global status is in part what was useful for it as a kind of organizing tool and platform, even if many of the other voices that were circulating around it were not narratives of people that lots of invested efforts weren't really assigned.
I have a question about time. I wonder if you think, I'm thinking back to several of the discussions over the course of the last 2 days and the way that we've talked about pausing, right, and spending time and developing relationships. And Wendy Chan talks about, right, like the newness of new media and like a certain kind of rhetoric. I wonder if there's something about government and governance time and also business entrepreneurial Silicon Valley time that is sort of fundamentally opposed to community engagement time. And if you could talk a little bit about how, not just that exists, but like how we might imagine doing it differently.
Yeah. I would say, so my answer, I hope, is, it's maybe not scaled to the point of being able to really contend. I think the question is how to scale up some of what's happening. I would say that entering some of these, not just rural hackathons, but the urban ones as well, that you're seeing get coordinated by language activists and by people like Alvarez and Americo Bocati that are definitely bringing in elders who normally don't have a seat at the table in that kind of place. And also who normally can, in another kind of context, even if they're revered educators, normally wouldn't sort of have an equal seating across like an elite Google engineer, right? But in those kinds of settings, you will see, like for this slideshow, everyone nods, everyone bows their head. And it's such a humble kind of moment, like a moment of recognition and performance. And I think it's not just, it is, you could say, yes, but it's just within that performance, it's just within that kind of space. The question is sustaining it and repeating it. And there is then something about being able to sustain the leadership of those actors and making it visible, recognizing the role that they play and how crucial it is to sort of developing out a different sort of relationality around what hackathons can be. There are lots and lots of different kinds of actors, feminist actors, post-colonial, decolonial actors, who really want to decenter that narrative of engineering prowess, and it has to be about, determining who the best engineers at the table, and it's about kind of, it is this kind of hierarchy as opposed to this, right, and collaboration. But ratifying those narratives and finding ways to make it visible and resonate up, I think, is part of the solution. I think it's really hard when you have, to kind of take seriously that states aren't static. They're definitely coming up with, this kind of building out of new alliances and adopting a kind of discourse exactly from the vendors and from Silicon Valley engineers. We see it on our own campuses, like I was mentioning in my workshop, I hear administrators use totally uncritically the notion of digital natives, and it's like, what? So, and that's, they're so close to it, and yet they can't describe it, like that kind of, again, that distance, like that, it's not just Negroponte never arriving, or Walter Bender, who's a better actor, also never arriving at the local site of deployment and getting to know what does this look like when it hits the ground. But in fact, like even our administrators, they're on the same campus, but they have no idea. So, and it's a deeply, to take seriously, it is a deeply seductive language, and it's got millions and millions behind it. It can fail a million times and still have bankrolls to be kind of like lift up that thing. That's, like that, it takes, it's not a small thing that is able to erase this really long history of teaching machines, including on our own campus. Like we buy into Coursera too, and we've got this history of teaching machines, totally conflicted, sometimes Canadian-driven, eventually commercialized, lots of neoliberalized kinds of projections that happened around Plato and its eventual build-out. It's not a beautiful story in lots of ways. It's also not a convenient story for IT commercial sectors, right? Because those narratives of failure, or even I actually think that there's a lot that they could use, like cynically, they can use those narratives in a crucial kind of way, but they don't. They usually think of them as, if we admit that there were past innovations and past cases of failure, then we can't call ourselves revolutionary. We can't say we were the first kids on the block. We can't, get you to buy in on this scale exactly. So, I wish I had a better answer other than kind of thinking about how to scale up those moments. That will is there. There's so many actors that are really kind of trying to excavate, and build out those other futures. And the question is, how does make that scale up? The numbers are on our side, without a doubt. It is that question of how is it that we have these masses, literally publics that are constantly producing in ways that contend against the dominant narratives of digital future that's defined by Silicon Valley. It's all around us, that it does not look that way in Silicon Valley. It's all unique, it's not universal and wants to claim. They're on our side, and yet somehow it's like there's this disconnect, right, between policy, between administrators that are really I'm at a loss too, and I invite the public, the audience to also kind of bring out suggestions and absences and this kind of diagnostic, which I've been thinking a lot about, but thinking about that next strategy for how to contend with that scale. The other thing I will say is that, and that is maybe one hopeful bit, is that to remind ourselves that Silicon Valley is not the world, and the numbers are on our side. It's actually kind of hopeful. In other words, it is like a cluster of well-bankrolled actors that are able to kind of distribute, as an SDO scholar, or think back to the tour and his kind of framework of how is it that a little army of many are able to control discourse across the world. So what are those strategies? But in terms of numbers, they are this. They do have some powerful things on their sides, but they break all the time, and they are expensive breaking experiments. OLPC is an $82 million experiment that broke, that's got to be. The only thing they can do about it, and they're not doing it well, is just pretend it never existed. And the teachers are confused and they're angry, and they even came up in this conference. They were angry.
Thank you so much for your talk, and I want to thank everybody for such excellent presentations this whole conference. I was wondering maybe this might be a way to kind of tie a few things together, but obviously starting with you. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the tension between sort of archive and totality, and also kind of the tension between short-term and long-term, because I don't think that Silicon Valley is necessarily entirely short-term. I mean, Google is something that builds an archive of all human knowledge, quote unquote, is like an inherently totalizing and almost kind of like more and more frightening project, right? And if you look at people like Fred Turner, who talk about Stewart Brand, and someone like Manuel Castells, who talk about Stewart Brand's involvement in the Long Now project, right? So there's a tension, and I think Wendy actually talks about this quite nicely, the eternal ephemeral, right? That, it's simultaneous, digital media is simultaneously like gone in a flash, and it's like around forever, right? So I was wondering if we could like problematize this notion of kind of the imperative to archive and the question of, I mean, a lot of the talks this weekend, or this week, have been about kind of, oh, this thing is not represented in the archive, or we need more of this, or we need more of that. And without sort of speaking to the particulars of, of those absences, I'm interested in the kind of question of what the drive to kind of include everything in, in the digital, basically, as you talk about it as not being universalizing, but at the same time, like all of these drives, whether it's from Silicon Valley or whether it's from Peru, are about kind of reducing information to an oscillation between two discrete states as a way of kind of transmitting and sharing and building it. So I just wondered if maybe you and anyone else had thoughts on those tensions in those kind of, oppositions.
My quick piece on it, and also yes, please, please jump in. It's an open invitation to all, because we had such brilliant talks, and really, it's just so refreshing actually to just be at a conference where you start already kind of from a post-colonial, decolonial, and feminist critique, and then can build up a conversation from there. It really is just a really refreshing kind of space. My response back is that it's been a kind of universalizing drive, right? I mean, the notion is that that this is for the benefit of humanity. Humanity is framed in one particular kind of way. We are the stewards of it now. We can do it better than governments. We recognize kind of this notion of digital extends beyond nations, that there aren't supposed to be kinds of, I mean, if you pull up the webpage for the internet, the Internet for Peace project, which was to get the internet nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, right? In like 2000, it's not like they were serious about that, right? Like the internet is the thing that unites us all. There are no boundaries. We're all equal. Like humans are represented as like generic, like human, right? Like icons, many problems. So, I mean that is a promise of the digital. I mean, in a lot of ways, it is, I think, a new kind of universal that doesn't. It's not like a scientific universal in the sense that we can get to kind of extract the universal truths of nature. In a lot of ways, the digital doesn't actually care that much whether or not it's actually representing as true. What it cares about is that it can be connected to all mostly, right? So the YouTube video doesn't have to be true. It just needs to be connected to all that you clicked on it a billion times or whatever, right? So, but yes, no, I mean, but the context of that, I think we've heard, come from so many of the participants from the beginning, from yesterday to today, around this kind of notion of the localization of archival practices. There is no universal archive, right? I mean, the notion that we can build one that's universal and not problematic, that pretends to be universal and problematic, is a pipe dream. And the notion that we need to be able to kind of actually build out more inclusive politics to decide and define and get to debate what those kinds of politics we're building out could be. It's not as if, right, I think lots of people are very pro the notion of being able to include and practice out to build out some kind of conservationist or archival practice. But what that looks like is not one thing, right? And that's my short answer. And for the audience, I mean, really thank you all for such lovely talks.
I think actually your talk was fantastic and wonderful, and this idea of universalizing that actually everything we've heard over the last 2 days or a month or however actually undo the universalism of the digital. I mean, in my estimation, the only way that we undo the sort of Googles of the world and Facebooks and this sort of nod towards this ambient sociality that we're all part of, and to try to undo that is by examining the local context and shining the light on those to show the pushback that these universalisms, actually there's cracks and fissures throughout it. and that to historicize the particular and the moment is the only way we can undo that. That'll be my final word. That's all I got.
Well, on that note.
Anita should have the last thing.
Oh, no, yeah, thank you all, honestly, thank you to the organizers, like, my position now, and thanks all for the continuing work, so let's.
Yeah, this is great. We did it.